Supreme Court YouTube channel in January. PIO, are we ready? Thank you, Sir Louis. Your Honors, we'll go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your Honors, good afternoon. This is a continuation of the public panel interview by the Judicial and Bar Council of candidates for the position of Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals, the Court of Tax Appeals, and the Sandigan Bayan. For interview this afternoon, Your Honors, are the following. Assistant Solicitor General Maria Antonia Edita C. Dizon and Attorney Maria Milagros and Fernan Cayosa, who are both vying for the position of Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals. May I request the candidates to please raise your right hand so that I can administer your oath? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public panel interview by the Judicial and Bar Council?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
So
I
help
do.
you God. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honors, the first to be interviewed this afternoon is Assistant Solicitor General Dizon. And the first to interview the candidate will be the Honorable Chief Justice Diosdado M. Peralta. Chief Justice, sir?
Yes. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, Judge Assistant Solicitor General Dizon, my first question, how long have you been with the Office of the Solicitor General?
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
Yes.
I joined the OSG po in 1986. That was after the EDSA revolution. That was immediately after I passed the bar po. So from 1986 to the present, I've been with the OSG po for around 33 years already po.
So your first and only job as a lawyer is with the Office of the Solicitor General?
Yes po.
Yeah. And how long have you been an Assistant Solicitor General?
Your
Dr.
Honor,
Dizon?
I was appointed Assistant Solicitor General po in December 2003. So counting that December 2003 till the present, Your Honor, I've been as an Assistant Solicitor General for around 16 years already po.
And this is your first time to apply for the
Your
position of the Court of Appeals?
Your Honor, actually, this is my third time to apply in the judiciary po. The first time I applied was in 2015 when there were 6 newly created positions in the Sandigan Bayan po. I was shortlisted at that time, but unfortunately po, I was not, I did not make it po in the final list. The second time po was less than a year after I applied po sa Sandigan Bayan. There was one vacancy at the Court of Appeals, and that was the vacancy brought about by the retirement of Associate Justice Agnes Reyes Carpio po. Unfortunately po, I did not land even in the short list po. And now this is now my third time to apply po in the judiciary po.
I ask this question because the position of an Assistant Solicitor General is equivalent to the position of the Court of Appeals. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the same rank and privileges as an Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
Yeah. My next question is, so you have been handling a lot of cases in behalf of the government. And can you give me three cases that you have handled and 3 significant cases? Just 3. Name 3 significant cases that were handled by you in the Supreme Court. Can you name 3 significant cases? As Assistant Solicitor General, as an Assistant Solicitor General, yeah.
Your Honor, I was part of the team which handled the petition questioning the plea bargaining agreement entered into by Major General Carlos Garcia with the Office of the Ombudsman, headed by then Ombudsman Mercedes Gutierrez, wherein we're questioning the plea bargaining agreement in which Major General Garcia pleaded to a lesser offense of direct bribery when he is being originally charged for plunder. I was also part of the team which handled before the Supreme Court the petition filed by the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines questioning the law uh, prohibiting private hospitals from demanding deposits or advance payment before medical treatment will be given to emergency and serious cases po. Um, I was also part of the team which handled the Sanvar Realty, the Mylong property case, Your Honor, wherein the government was able to take over possession of the Mylong property po.
Why did you say team? There were several teams from the OSG handling the case, or there was only one team that handled the case?
With respect to the two cases I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, I'm the only ASG who handled that case, but I have with me two or three solicitors who assisted me in the handling of the cases, Your Honor.
So it was actually your team, but assisted by several lawyers in your team.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, okay. So it's actually a team headed by you that handled all these cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened to that case of Garcia?
Of course, yeah, it's still pending with the Supreme Court now po.
Until now?
Yes, Your Honor. Our petition is still pending with the Supreme Court po.
I should have not asked that question. So anyway, I'll go to the next one. This is the case of the prohibition of private hospitals to collect deposits
Yes, Your Honor.
from patients. So I will
Yes.
ask you also, what happened to this case?
Actually, Your Honor, the Supreme Court dismissed already the petition. The reason for the dismissal was because first, the petitioner, the Private Hospital Association of the Philippines, did not observe the hierarchy of courts, Your Honor.
So it was dismissed because of technicality,
Yes, Your Honor.
or it was dismissed because of the policy that you have to resort first to the court that has primary jurisdiction before going to the higher court or highest court.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the substantial issues were not resolved by the court. But there
Yes.
is now a law, is it not? That there is now a law prohibiting collection of deposits on patients. That might have
Yes.
been that case might have already been taken by the new law. By the
Yes,
law.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
What about your this sandbar is the property near your office, I think. This is
Yes,
along
Your
this is the
Honor.
Mylong.
Yes, Your Honor. The Milo.
What happened to that case?
We have there is a pending petition now before the Supreme Court, Your Honor. The Sanvar Realty, Your Honor, filed a petition, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you
For
won
the-
in the Court of Appeals, I think.
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
yeah. And you know who decided that case in the Court of Appeals?
Yes, Your Honor. It
Who
was
was it?
um, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Jose Reyes po.
So has already retired in the Supreme Court. Yeah. You are a graduate of San Beda, no? You are a graduate of the San Beda College of Law. Do you know that the three members of the regular members are also graduate from San Beda?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so probably you're confident that you will get the required votes.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, you believe that you are qualified, and therefore the members of the JBC will recommend you.
Thank you.
Your applications is only for Sandigan Bayan, no
No, no,
application for
no,
the
Your
three.
Honor. I'm only applying po for the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
For the Court of Appeals.
Yes, Your Honor.
But before you applied for the position of Sandigan Bayan in 2015, in 2016.
Yes, Your Honor. I applied po kasi in 2016 sa Sandigan Bayan because there were 6 newly created positions po for associate
So
judges.
better chance. You
Yes,
thought
Your
that
Honor.
you
I
had a
was
better
trying
chance.
my luck, Your Honor.
This is the additional divisions created in
Yes, Your
2016.
Honor. Yes, Your
Now,
Honor.
if you will lucky enough to join the Court of Appeals, you know that you have to first be assigned in the provinces, probably in Cagayan de Oro or Cebu, before coming to Manila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that, Attorney Dizon?
Yes, Your Honor. If ever, Your Honor, mine was already conditioned that if ever I'm blessed that I will be appointed, I will be assigned first either in Cagayan de Oro or Cebu po.
Now, you started as a trial attorney. I think you do not have any more trial attorneys in the OSG. You start as solicitor.
The entry level po in the OSG for
Now,
po is Associate Solicitor 1 po.
so there's no more trial attorney.
No more po.
But when you started working with the OSG, you were working alone. In other words, it was not a team. You were working alone on a specific case assigned to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you handled cases on your own. You are assigned by the Assistant Solicitor General. Then you handle that case. You are assigned to do some preparation of pleadings, or sometimes go to court and appear for
Yes,
one
Your
case.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Were there cases, significant cases that you handled as an associate solicitor or trial attorney or a solicitor?
A significant case, really, Your Honor.
Yeah, those cases probably even filed before the RTC, then later on went to the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court.
Mhm. Because that was a long time ago, Your Honor.
There were a lot, probably you cannot anymore remember because you've been there for how many years? You've
Yes,
been
Your
in the
Honor.
OSG for how many years?
For 3 decades already po.
30, how many? That would be
So
34
around
years.
33 years na po.
33 years. So you were still young.
Yes po, I remember po in
26
1980.
years.
Yes po, when I um, uh, on my first day of work when I went to our HR, one of the female staff there who already retired uh, even commented to me that ang nene-nene ko naman daw na abogada. Now I'm already 59 years old and I'm still with the OSG po.
Mm. Okay. Now, so you have appeared before the lower courts, because
Yes, Your
I know that you handle cases, not only those cases that are filed before the appellate courts, but also in the regular trial courts.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have handled probably annulment of cases, especially in Metro Manila.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have also handled labor cases on appeal.
Yes,
On appeal.
before Your Honor, we represent the NLRC before the Court of Appeals, Your Honor. But now we because since the petition is filed under Rule 65, we file instead a motion to be excused from filing comment in behalf of the NLRC because so that the petitioner will not accuse us of lawyering for the private respondent, Your Honor.
Yeah, but but you are supposed to be advocates. You do not take sides as a rule,
Yes,
because
Your Honor.
you can even deny the request of a government agency to represent them. You deny in many cases, in some cases, you
Yes,
deny
yes,
the
Your Honor.
representation because you do not agree with the
Yes, Your
position of
Honor.
your client.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
why do you have to excuse yourself from representing the NLRC if you believe that the decision of the NLRC is correct.
Because, Your Honor, we are invoking the provision under Rule 65 of the Rules of Court that it is the duty of the private respondent to defend the decision of the, in that case po, the NLRC, unless there is a specific directive from the court requiring the OSG po talaga to
Comment.
file comment. Opo.
So my understanding is that if it is a Rule 65, because that is not the only available remedy for a losing party in decisions of the NRC going to the Court of Appeals, it's only Rule 65. In other words, if it is a Rule 65, it should be the adverse party in the decision of the NRC that should file the comment.
Yes, Your Honor.
But what about petitions? Probably in comment, there's no problem because you can excuse yourself from submitting your comment. But supposing petitions, a decision,
Your Honor, I have not yet encountered wherein the NLRC requested the OSG po, or in my team po, to file a petition po.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know now your point. Because if you are the petitioner and the losing party in the NLRC is a private party, then as if you are siding with the private party,
Yes.
but no more defending the position of the NLRC.
Yes po,
Yes.
Your Honor. Opo.
So you are familiar with the different remedies that are brought to the Court of Appeals. I've been asking this question, and I will ask also you. I will see. I will also ask this question because of the procedure in the NLRC. The only remedy that can be brought as a rule, a general rule to the Court of Appeals is by Rule 65.
Yes, Your Honor.
Certiorari under Rule 65. Well, because the decision of the NRC is in the exercise of its appellate jurisdiction. Because the primary jurisdiction is with the labor arbiter. Then it goes to the NLRC on appeal, and then it goes to the appellate court under Rule 65. It cannot be any other remedy because the law says the finding of facts of the NRC is final.
Yes.
Yeah, so the only remedy now is not an appeal because one is that what you are questioning is not the finding of facts, but the decision itself.
Yes.
So whether or not there was a grave abuse of discretion in rendering a decision, and therefore that is Rule 65. Now, I want to get your opinion. What about decisions of the arbitrators, like the SIAC? The law says that the decision of the SIAC, insofar as finding of facts are concerned, are final. And the only remedy under the present practice, the remedy of a losing party of a decision of the SIAC is to go to the Court of Appeals under Rule 43.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because that is considered as a quasi-judicial body. Then you go to the Court of Appeals under Rule 43.
Yes, Your Honor.
But can it also be Rule 65? Because if the law says the finding of facts are final, the finding of facts of the SIAC final, then you can no longer question the finding of facts because that's what the law provides.
So,
Can we now therefore consider that the only remedy is Rule 65, like what we are doing in the NLRC, because the finding of facts in the NLRC is final, and therefore the remedy is Rule 65? So, therefore, if SIAC findings final, the remedy therefore is Rule 65 because the findings of facts are final. In other words, the Court of Appeals cannot touch on the finality of the finding of fact, and therefore should be Rule 65. I ask this question because if you do that, Rule 65, it will be, and the case later on will go to the Supreme Court. It will be easier for us, for the Supreme Court, to resolve a case coming from the Court of Appeals under Rule 65 because the only remedy that can be raised later on going to the Supreme Court will be Rule 45, a question of law, which is very hard to raise. A question of law is very hard to raise because under Rule 45, if you raise question of facts, you cannot do that anymore. You go to Rule 45 to the Supreme Court, but the final na ang findings of fact of the SIAC and LRC go to the corpus under Rule 65, denied by the Court of Appeal. So what remedy can you raise before the Supreme Court? There's only one remedy, probably Rule 45, which is easier to handle in the Supreme Court, because if from the very beginning there is no question of law that is raised, then probably the Supreme Court can dismiss it outright, because Rule 45 is a discretionary appeal. What is your opinion on that? Just to get your opinion, because there are some opinions, varied opinions about this one, and this might help the Supreme Court resolve all those cases that emanate from the NRC and emanate from these arbitration bodies, so that these cases cases will no longer be filed before us if they cannot raise an issue of question of law.
Your Honor, because under Rule 43 of the Rules of Court, it says that decisions of quasi-judicial agencies like, for example, and commissions like for the SIAC po, is appealable po to the Court of Appeals. But I believe, Your Honor, then since the SIAC decisions, if appealed to the Court of Appeals, only questions of law should be raised because of the nature of the case brought to the SIAC. Because in that case, the parties agreed to arbitration, Your Honor. They were the ones who chose the arbitrators. So for that, Your Honor, it is but right that only questions of law must be raised as a general rule, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But there can be exceptions, Your Honor.
Of course.
Wherein some
Because-
factual issues may be also raised even before the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
But remember, the SIAC Board of Arbitration composed of three. It is a collegial body like any other quasi-judicial bodies, and you have expert arbitrators there. These are not ordinary lawyers; these are known lawyers and expert in the field of arbitration. I ask this question because I have read a lot of positions, especially in the pleadings of some of the lawyers in the OSG, that sometimes they argue that when cases are brought to the Supreme Court, they always ask for the dismissal of the case if question of fact is raised under Rule 45. Marami kayong gayon na pinapile. But of course, as you said, sometimes there are exceptions, so we apply the exceptions. But as a rule talaga yan, Rule 45 from the Court of Appeals to the Supreme Court and the Rule 45, dapat talaga question of law lang yan eh. But sometimes nag-mimix yung question of fact, question of law. So sometimes we dismiss it outright. But as you said, there are exceptions, so entertain. But I was only asking that question because I am thinking of a way of limiting the cases that are filed to the Supreme Court. And I thought that the cases of the NLRC, I think they've been handling a lot of labor cases. There are just so many labor cases in the Supreme Court. Even dami niyan. Most of the cases from the appellate court actually are labor cases. Now, so probably your length of time working with the OSG, there might have been already your contemporaries in the OSG who might have already been appointed to the Court of Appeals, to the appellate courts, or even to the Supreme Court. No, can you name names your contemporaries who were appointed in the Court of Appeals or the appellate courts and Bayan or the Supreme Court, your own contemporaries? Can you name them?
One of them, Your Honor, my
In the
contemporary
Supreme Court.
in the Supreme Court, just Associate Justice Alex Pojes Mundo and Associate Justice Ami Lazaro Javier po.
But I think they were
But
they
they
were
were
ahead.
ahead of me, Your
Yeah, they
Honor.
were ahead of
They
you.
were
I think
ahead.
they were already there before 1986. But
Yes.
those who were with the OSG at
Uh,
the time that you were there, no, yung talagang contemporary mo, those who
uh,
joined the OSG, they joined the OSG in 1986
uh,
and worked with the OSG later than you, no? Because you started working in 1986. So we're there justices who joined the appellate course
Actually, Your Honor,
ahead of you.
actually, Your Honor, if I may say, um, your wife was a contemporary of, we both joined po in the OSG in 1986, Your Honor, and we were together until 2004 when she was appointed as Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals, Your Honor. And since we were both dedans, Your Honor, we became close po in the OSG po.
Oh, baka marinig yung iba yan. Yeah, I asked this question because there are now how many justices in the Sandigan Bayan came from the Court of Appeals. I think there are three. But of course, Presiding Justice Tang started with the OSG as early as 1980, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
Justice Carl
Justice
Miranda, I think
Carl
Carl
Miranda,
Miranda is your contemporary.
yes, and Justice
Sarah.
Sarah Fernandez po.
Yeah, I think they came later
Yes
in
po.
the year ahead of them in the OSG. So you might be already one of the ranking lawyers in the OSG.
Uh,
What is
Your Honor, with the recent retirement of Assistant Solicitor General Renan Ramos, I'm now the first in terms of the number of years po as ASG.
you are the most senior lawyer in the
Yes
OSG
po.
now, but
Yes,
in position as to ranking in so far as position is concerned.
yes po.
What is your rank? You are the first Assistant Solicitor General now.
Yes po. I'm the longest ASG po at present po.
So if the Solicitor General is on leave, so you take over being the most senior Assistant Solicitor General. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily po.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so you really want to leave now the OSG after 30, how many years? After 34 years. I think.
Your Honor, actually, Your Honor, I'm happy in the OSG po. I would not have last this long in the. We have very good camaraderie in the OSG. The people there are very professional po. Kaya lang po, Your Honor, of course, after more than 30 years, I would want naman po sana talaga to experience the work in the judiciary. I I'm longing to experience po yung work of a justice na this time making decisions instead of playing po the role of an advocate. Um, Sana po I will be given the chance po to join the judiciary naman po.
Yeah, I ask you that question because under the law amending the creation of the Office of the Solicitor General, the benefits and salaries and allowances are already equivalent, no? The amounts that you receive, and in fact,
Yes,
your
sir.
position now is equivalent to the position of an appellate justice in the Court of Appeals.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, what is the need of going to the Court of Appeals when you are already enjoying the same benefits from the OSD, from the Office of the Solicitor General?
Your Honor, I believe, I don't know if the other ASGs will agree with me, but it's still different if you're occupying the position of real justice than one who's just occupying a position with the same rank and privileges of a justice.
Not because you're already tired, not because you're already tired, an
No,
assistant
no,
solicitor general. defending the government with too many papers, because you do not only prepare pleadings, you also give opinions to several clients in the Office of Disclosure General. No? You also prepare contracts or review contracts of your clients. So your work really there is enormous. No? You have a lot of work to do in the OSG. So it's not because you are now tired working in the OSG and therefore you want to go to the court of appeals. Anyway, that's a collegial body. When there are only few cases, you just write decisions. You do not anymore appear before the court. No more traffic. No more going to the court as early as 8:30 in the morning. Appear before the court, addressing the judge, Your Honor, and so on. Not
No,
because
no,
of that.
no, Your Honor. I if you are working in the government for a long period of time, Your Honor, any lawyer, I think, in the government would wish to become a justice po. I
Ganun
mean,
ba?
it's a very prestigious position po. I'm not saying po that an ASG is not a prestigious position, but being a justice po is, for me, is a very, very respectable and prestigious position po. And that's the reason
So
why I really like and I'm praying that I become a justice po.
okay. Okay. Now, to me, I do not consider you as an outsider, no. Because I know the work of assistant solicitor general. But my only concern is that you have been with an office, no, only for the purpose of advocating, right? So, but you have not been a judge for, like judges. They have been writing decisions. They know already the work of a judge or even a justice, except that in the justice they have only less hearings, no. So my concern is, do you think that you can also possess the same qualifications as those who are already with the judiciary vying for the same position of an appellate justice or appellate justice of an appellate court?
Uh, yes, Your Honor, because our training in the OSG, which is, although our role in the OSG is advocate, Your Honor, but with respect to uh, writing, Your Honor, we have been really trained already in the OSG.
Yeah, I know that. I know you're good writers and you're good pleaders and you're good researchers. But this is the difference. But because my wife came from the OSG and I came from the ranks, no, hearing. The difference that when we are confronted with several documents and evidence. The tendency is that the judge is faster, mabilis mag-isip in resolving the factual issues, because of his knowledge and his experience as a trial judge. That's the difference that I see between one who came from the ranks and one who came from the outside, although a lot of experience. So yun ang nakikita kong difference, Attorney Dizon, and even others agree to that, Kasi sabi nila, kasi judge kasi yan, That's what you always hear from those in the appellate court. Kaya mabilis yan because when they assess evidence, because of their training, mabilis mag-conclude, from. So these are the things sometimes that we have to think also. So yun lang observation I want to share with you, because if you come to judge, you will experience this one. Like my wife, I think that was also her experience before when she first joined, when she was a new justice of the Court of Appeals. Yun ang difference. So that's why I asked you that question, because that's really the difference between one who came from the rank and one who came from another branch of government. Although I know that the solicitors or the assistant solicitor general are very familiar with all the laws, no? Because you have been doing all of these things for so many years, especially you've been with the OSD for the past 34 years. So to me, you're very qualified, no doubt about it, no? But my last question is this, So I will admit that you are a friend of my wife. We have been together for so many years. For the information of the other members, we have been for so many years. And I know that you have been working so hard in the OSG, especially the lady lawyers, have been working very hard. Now, you go to the Court of Appeals, it will be a collegial body, so will have be three. Instead of one in the OSG, you will have three. Now, there will be, I hope you will not find any difficulty adjusting to that kind of a situation, because now you're only one. You just direct your lawyers to come out with pleadings. This is my position. You develop this one and so on. In the Court of Appeals, it will be different. Your decision may not be acceptable to the others, so you will have a lot of probably debates and so on and so on. Can you adjust to that kind of a situation? Because for the past 34 years, you were working alone. As a lawyer, you were working alone. As an assistant solicitor, you were alone directing your lawyers to do these things.
Your Honor, I consider myself, Your Honor, as a team player, Your Honor. And in the OSG, Your Honor, I'm used also to working with the other ASGs with respect to, especially with respect to big cases, Your Honor. So working with other people will not be a problem to me, Your Honor.
So with that answer, I conclude my interview. Where are the others? To say good luck.
Thank you very
and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and have a blessed Christmas po.
And my son is extending his thanks to you for the Christmas gift. Okay, I'm now through. Attorney Ed Richeta.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Well, where's Ann? Where is Attorney Ann?
I'm the one on duty today, Chief.
Oh, you're gonna ba? Okay. You take over.
She was there kanina.
Ha?
She was there kanina.
Ganun ba?
Baka kumain lang, Chief, ng tanghalian.
Baka napapagod na kayo Do you feel tired now? Kaya I wanted to to give you a break a little. That's why sabi ko mag-interview nga ako. Baka para magkaroon kayo ng rest ng konti. But I really wanted to interview those who do not come from the judiciary. Although I know them, but I have still to conduct an interview, especially Attorney Edith Dizon. Okay, thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
I will have to go back to the session room for my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice Peralta. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Judge Franklin J. De Monteverde.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Attorney Tali. Good afternoon, Assistant Solicitor General Dizon.
Good afternoon po, Your Honor.
You can relax now, ha? I will be just asking some easy questions na lang after the Chief Justice. How do I call you? Medyo mahaba yung Assistant Solicitor General.
Edith po.
Edith, ASG. Okay. ASG. Well, practically, the Chief Justice had centered on the questions that I would like to ask from you. But just the same, let's go first. Before we proceed, may I ask if you have taken the pre-judicature program?
Yes, Your Honor. I recently took the pre-judicature program last November. I think that was November 17 to 27 po.
Okay. So recently lang, no?
Yes po.
So wala pa yung
I have not
yung ratings.
Yes, I have not received
grades.
the results of my written exam po.
Okay. Let's go directly to your medical record. while you are certified to be physically fit, yet hypertension come mild and controlled. Your CBCP shows that you have high monocytes. Urinalysis mo may mga traces of protein, ketones, leukocytes, blood, at saka RCBC, WBC bacteria high. Cholesterol mo high. Oh, can you explain why you still have these findings despite the fact that you were medically certified to be fit?
Your Honor, my ECG po is normal. My chest X-ray po is also normal. My only problem po is my cholesterol po. My cholesterol is a little bit high. But I'm not taking any medication for my cholesterol po because I'm scared of the side effects of those medicines to lower the cholesterol.
Why did you say that?
Because they say that it might affect your liver. So my sister po, who's a doctor, told me I should watch my diet instead, and I should avoid eating junk food and fatty food, Your Honor, because I sometimes I have the tendency to really crave for fatty food, and that's my defect po. But now, since I know that my cholesterol level is high po, I need really to watch my diet po.
So how about your blood sugar levels?
My blood sugar level po is normal.
Mhm.
So, although it's a little bit malapit na po sa sa borderline, but it's still normal pa po.
Earlier, you said that this is the third time
Yes,
that you had applied for the appellate court.
yes, Your Honor.
And I understand you were last interviewed in 2015.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, since your last interview, has there been any change in your credentials or in your PDS that there is a need for us to know?
Your Honor, in 2015, when I was interviewed, I was just, I think, third or fourth in rank in terms of seniority among the ASGs po. Now, with the recent retirement of our most senior ASG, I now became the most senior ASG po in our office po. I
In
think that's
terms
the
of seniority and ranking, probably.
yes po, in terms
Uh,
of seniority po and in ranking po. But I'm not claiming po that I'm the best ASG. I'm just saying po that I'm number one because of the number of years that I have been an ASG po.
so you have been with the ASG for 33 years.
Yes,
Am I
Your
correct? Okay. Now, was there a time during this period that you attempted to apply for any position in any government agencies?
None, Your Honor. The only time was in 2015 when I tried my luck po in the Sandigan Bayan po. I never, uh, it did not come to my mind to apply to any other government officer. No.
Yes, because I noticed that you have been sequestered and clustered inside the OSG office.
Yes,
So
it is,
I would assume that you are happy there.
yes, Your Honor. I'm happy in the OSG. Like what I said earlier, Your Honor, to Chief Justice. We have a very good camaraderie po in the OSG. The people there are generally very professional po. So we have less politics, Your Honor. So it's a nice place to work po.
It's quite unusual for a government office, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
The camaraderie is that superb. and very close to one another ang mga kasamahan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. By the way, are you married?
No, Your Honor.
ASG Edith?
Uh, no, Your Honor. I'm single po.
Okay. Any chance that you might get hitched in the future?
Wala na ho siguro.
Is it your personal choice?
Probably, Your Honor, because I will attribute that my being single because I was brought up, or we were brought up, me and my siblings were brought up in a very, I would say, conservative way, and I have an aunt po who also did not marry. She was our favorite aunt po, but she passed away already. Probably po, I am meant to follow
To
her
follow her
footsteps.
and also to be the best and the favorite of all your nephews and nieces.
Baka po.
So you passed the bar in 1986.
Yes, Your Honor.
And from there you immediately worked for the OSG.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you were the trial attorney and associate solicitor two for 2 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
Principally, what was your work as the trial attorney and associate solicitor?
The nature of my work po.
Yeah, nature of your work.
Um,
Was it purely trial or preparation of pleadings or merely supervision?
we have a lot of most of our cases kasi po in the OSG are more of um, writing pleadings, Your Honor, because we usually represent the, like for example, the people of the Philippines in the appellate court lang po. So, around 30% lang po yung mga trial work. So, most of our work in the OSG is really more of writing pleadings po.
Okay.
When I was a very new lawyer in the OSC, I remember po, I attend hearings po, like for example, mga special proceedings, mga correction of entry cases po, petition for change of name, like for example, mga petition for reconstitution of mga TCTs.
Okay. As an assistant solicitor general, can you tell us the nature of your work?
Your Honor, as Assistant Solicitor General po, I supervise po lawyers from my team. So I revise their pleadings po, and I of course supervise them in the handling of their cases po.
So your work now is purely or principally administrative in nature.
No naman po, because we the ASGs really are also hands-on to the legal cases that are being assigned to our respective teams po.
Okay, but you don't go to trial na?
No more po.
Not anymore.
Very rare na. Opo.
You just merely supervise the trial lawyers there.
Yes po.
Okay. So that being said, would it be as what the Chief Justice had said, you come from the outside, not within the judiciary, from within the judiciary. Now, what could be the best trait that you may have, which you can say that you can be a better candidate for the appellate court?
Your Honor, I know the other candidates, they have very impressive credentials, Your Honor, and so I know they're very qualified. But I think my experience in the OSG for more than 30 years po, which um, in my humble opinion, I serve with uh, utmost dedication, loyalty to the institution, and with integrity po, Your Honor. I think, and the fact that in my more than 30 years po in the OSG, no administrative case whatsoever was ever filed against me, Your Honor. I think that would be um, enough for me to aspire for the position of an Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
Have you appeared before the Supreme Court as an assistant solicitor general?
I appeared only po once. I was a barely new ASG at that time. Uh, I called it as para pong baptism of fire. It was just a division hearing po. But that was a long time ago, Your Honor. I think that was in 2004 pa po. And
2004.
that was only, that was the first time, Your Honor, that I argued before the Supreme Court, Your Honor. It's a division hearing lang po. And then after that, wala na po.
So it was the first and the last one,
Yes
the
po.
only one.
Yes.
Okay. So how did you feel appearing before the Supreme Court?
Of course, Your Honor, I'll be honest, I was very nervous.
Your knees buckled. Huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now on current events, ASG edit.
Opo.
A bill that seeks to ban athletes under the age of 18 from competing for any full contact sport competitions was filed, with penalties bound to be levied against parents, guardians, sports associations, organizations, event organizers, schools and sports educational institutions if proven guilty. The bill provides that minors are incapacitated to give consent, nor can they waive any right of action for injuries inflicted upon them during and in connection with such activities. Your take on this? What can you say?
I think that is a valid exercise of police power of the state, Your Honor. If because of the situation that we are in now, Your Honor, because of the pandemic that we have, um, because the probability that if these minors will be allowed to participate in that um, events, Your Honor, uh, the possibility of spreading the virus is not remote, Your Honor. So it is for the public safety na po.
So define leadership for us, ASG Edit.
Uh, Leadership is the authority of a person to handle a particular group of people, Your Honor.
Group of people. And what kind of a leader are you?
I think
Or are you a leader?
uh, I would say yes, Your Honor, but I'm not the kind of person who is confrontational. Um, I my I think my members will uh, be competent to describe what kind of leader I am, Your Honor. Um,
Okay. Let's go to some questions on political or constitutional doctrines. Just a few.
that's Your Honor.
What do you understand by intergenerational responsibility doctrine?
In, Come again, Your Honor, please.
Intergenerational responsibility doctrine.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, just Anuin mo yan, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Itong principle of blending of powers.
Yes. Blending of
What do
power.
you, yeah, blending of powers. What do you understand by it?
Um, Blending of powers. Uh, it's about sharing the responsibility, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Who shares in it?
Um, are we talking, Your Honor, about
The department, about the government, yes.
about the
Powers, blending of
powers,
powers.
about the three branches of government, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. I
Could
think
be, or in the executive department.
mhm. Uh, the
Anyway,
blend
let's go to executive privilege. What do you understand by executive privilege?
um, executive privilege is when your freedom, your when the acts, for example, of the executive with respect to policy making decisions, Your Honor,
Uh-huh.
this is something which cannot be um, inquired into unless there is a patent uh, grave abuse of discretion, Your Honor.
In short, it's the power of the president to withhold certain types of information
Yes.
from the public, the courts, and Congress. Okay. Ito very easy. Exhaustion of administrative remedies. Yan, madali yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
When before you can question a certain act of the executive before the courts, you have to first exhaust all the administrative remedies available to you.
Okay. Last question, and this is very easy. Peanuts para sa iyo.
Ano po?
Exclusionary principle. Ano ito?
Exclusionary principle po is when is that the one po in with respect to
Evidence.
evidence when
Are you familiar with the fruit of the poisonous tree?
yes, Your Honor.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Sige, ASG Edit. That was my last question.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Your Honor, and Merry Christmas po.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you po. Thank you po very much.
Thank you,
Very
Honor.
easy lang questions, ano?
Opo.
Sige, thank you, Attorney Tali.
Thank you, Honorable Judge De Monteverde. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Justice Noel Jimenez Tijan.
Thank you, Attorney Tali. Good afternoon, Solicitor.
Good afternoon po, Justice. Good afternoon po.
I don't want to call you ASG because you might be included in the list of terror organization by
Edit
the
na lang po.
Anti-Terror Council. Your character references are personally known to me. Soljan Kalida. What do you think is his impression of you?
I think Soljan Kalida will describe me as um, siguro ba as a shy person.
Shy person. One of your character, the other character reference is former Soljan and retired Supreme Court Justice Francis Ardilesa, who was my colleague in the High Court. What does he think about you? What do you think?
I think siguro po Justice Ardelesa will describe me as one who um, one who is honest.
And of course, Court of Appeals Justice Audrey Peralta, whom you earlier disclosed is a personal friend. What does she think about you?
I think siguro po she will describe me as a person of integrity po.
You mentioned a few cases which you handled in the High Court. One of them is the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines versus the Executive Secretary. You won this case, correct? Who,
Yes.
who, who, penned, who penned this decision in the Supreme Court?
I forgot na po, Your Honor, but the petition was dismissed on a technicality, Your Honor.
He might not vote for you.
Justice Catral Mendoza po.
I penned that decision in
I'm sorry
High
po.
Court.
I'm sorry, Justice. I'm sorry po.
What do you understand, solicitor, by the doctrine of constitutional avoidance? Do you have
Uh,
any inkling what it is?
Doctrine of constitutional avoidance. I will just guess na lang po, Justice.
Yes, make an educated guess.
Constitutional avoidance is when you did not follow some of the uh, requirements required by our constitution, Your Honor. Like siguro po, like for example, the filing of the SALN. I'm just guessing po, sorry po.
That is when the court decides, resolves a case without touching on the issue of constitutionality, if it can be resolved on some other grounds. That's what we did in the case of Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, because it was the sentiments of the court that it was not the proper case to discuss about the constitutionality of that issue. So we decided it by saying that the petitioners did not follow the hierarchy of courts. And so we dismissed it. And this was overtaken by a law that prohibits private hospitals from charging deposits
Yes, Your Honor.
to patients. Okay. Now, 38 petitions were filed against the anti-terror law. The Office of the Solicitor General will appear next month during oral arguments to defend the law. All right. Just for academic discussion, if you were the magistrate in the High Court and you are the designated, it was raffled to you, what are the questions you will ask briefly from the petitioners, and what are the questions you will ask from the respondents represented by the OSG? All right, briefly, just brief.
Okay. Your Honor, although I'm not a part of the team handling the cases of
But
questioning
you're
anti-terror.
familiar with the issue.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the number one, the first question that I will ask from the petitioners is if they think that if facial challenge can be allowed uh, in this case, because um, apparently, Your Honor, there's still no actual case or controversy. Um,
Does a facial challenge apply to penal statutes?
uh, it applies, Your Honor.
It applies.
Yes.
Is the anti-terror law in the nature of a penal statute? It
Uh,
criminalizes certain acts.
um,
Does it, or it does not criminalize certain acts? It
uh,
punishes.
yes, it punishes, but
All right.
um,
So, all right, continue. You said one of the questions you'll ask is whether it applies. The facial challenge can apply to this
yes,
case.
Your Honor.
What other questions will you ask of the petitioners?
Uh, there, probably their legal locus standi to question the petitions, Your Honor.
Okay. As taxpayer, can they say that they are taxpayers?
Um, yes, Your Honor. I am sure that that will be their defense if their legal standing is being questioned po, Your Honor.
Is there an actual case or controversy at this moment?
Uh,
As far as your knowledge and information is concerned, this is merely for academic discussion. Okay.
because, Your Honor, what I know is there is no violation yet committed as a result of the implementation of the anti-terror law. And for this reason, Your Honor, I believe that there exists no actual case or controversy yet for the court to exercise its power of judicial review, Your Honor. And
What about the doctrine of chilling effect? Is the language of the law, when read, causes fear, anxiety, apprehension on the citizenry? What is the doctrine of chilling effect?
Yes, Your Honor, if the effect would be the um, because the petitioners argue that the law has somehow a chilling effect to uh, especially to these groups which are being labeled as um, anti-government, Your Honor. But I think I would still be of the position that mere or speculations or mere fear would not still be enough for the uh, court to exercise its power of judicial review as much as possible, Your Honor. Uh, it's better if they exercise some restraint first, um, since since there is still no violation yet committed as a result of the implementation of the law, Your Honor. Because otherwise, Your Honor, this will create some um, chaos because um, you're questioning already the wisdom um, of the legislative branch of government in the enactment of the law, which was approved by the president. So why not give first the a chance for the law to be implemented, and only when there's already violation committed, then that's the time for them to bring up the matter to the courts, Your Honor.
Are you suggesting that at this point of time it is not yet justiciable? The question is not justiciable, but rather shades of being a political question. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. That's my humble opinion, Your Honor.
Now, on the other side of the spectrum, what questions will you ask of your boss for academic discussion? What will you ask the respondents during the oral arguments?
Um, Probably uh, the question regarding the um, the um, that the government has the right to detain a person for a maximum of 24 days, even without charge being filed against that person, Your Honor. Probably that's the issue that uh, can be probably be raised against the respondents, Your Honor. The 24 days period.
Hypothetically, it's possible that after oral arguments, after deliberation and evaluation, hypothetically, the High Court can declare some provisions are constitutional,
Yes,
while
Your
the
Honor.
other provisions are constitutional. Is that a possibility?
Yes, Your Honor.
But in the horizon, hypothetically, do you see the possibility of the entire law being struck down as unconstitutional?
Um, I don't.
Because even Senator Lacson and Senator Drilon defended the anti-terror law, saying that they can defend it in public.
Uh, so I don't think, Your Honor, that the whole law will be um, struck down by the Supreme Court, Your Honor, because we really need, for me, Your Honor, we really need this anti-terror law because we all know that this terrorist attacks is really this endangers really the um, life and security of the people, Your Honor. So, I think this is a very important law, Your Honor. And if I think if you are a law-abiding citizen, there's nothing to be afraid of this uh, anti-terror law, Your Honor. So,
The petitions against the anti-terror law, do they exclusively raise legal issues, or do they raise as well factual issues? In your opinion,
um, I really have not read po talaga yung mga petitions po. But uh, if they are indeed raising factual issues, Your Honor, um, then the Supreme, it's not within the power of the court of the Supreme Court, Your Honor, because we all know that the Supreme Court is not a trier of facts, Your Honor. So I think for
the
on
court,
that ground, Your
court
Honor,
can, the court can apply the doctrine of constitutional avoidance.
uh, yes, Your
Is
Honor.
that a possibility? We're just speculating. We are not talking about
Yes,
we're
Your
not
Honor.
talking about the merits of the petitions. This is merely for academic discussion.
Yes, Your Honor. You
Is
have a
there a
very
possibility that the the petitions will be dismissed by the Supreme Court for violation of the hierarchy of courts?
yes, Your Honor. That's a very big possibility po, Your Honor.
Just remand it to the Court of Appeals,
Yes, Your
probably.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. You have a very good point, Your Honor.
Now, the common question we ask of people who are not in the judiciary applying for the first time to join the judiciary is, what can you contribute? Can you share with us? We have heard many reasons already advanced by applicants who are considered, in quotation marks, outsiders. What can you contribute in the Court of Appeals?
I think, Your
Aside from
Honor,
your experience, we know that you're knowledgeable about the law and a lot of cases. What can you contribute?
I think, Your Honor, um, my since I don't want to because it will be self-serving for me. But I know that
There's
I'm an
nothing wrong for appellate magistrates to be self-centered.
but uh, I believe, Your Honor, that since I'm an honest person, I know that if ever I render any decision, Your Honor, that decision is something which
You can contribute honesty to the Court of Appeals.
I think that's very important, Your Honor. I think,
And not because they're lacking honesty in the court.
no, 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 no. I don't mean that, Your Honor, of course.
Somebody said, many applicants said they would like to share a fresh perspective. If you say that, you might be come to a rude awakening. They don't need your fresh perspective in the Court of Appeals. What they need in the appellate court is your hard work, your dedication, your intellectual prowess. Those are the things needed in the appellate courts. So if you say, I'm going to reform the court, they have similar aspirations and hopes in the appellate court. All right, my last question is, you want an easy or a difficult question, solicitor?
Your Honor, make it an easy question po.
An easy question. Are they trying to get rid of you from the Solgen? That's why it seems that the agency is endorsing you wholeheartedly.
I don't think so naman po.
I think,
Probably because, opo.
when you stay in your job for a very long time, you become indispensable. That's probably why you were not encouraged in the past to be promoted because you were indispensable in the office.
No naman po. I don't think I'm indispensable po. Um, Siguro po,
Okay,
baka,
my last question is, if you are in the Court of Appeals, um, can you work fast on decisions?
uh, I think yes, Your Honor. Because we were trained also in the OSG po. When there are urgent cases or we really um, uh, do some extra mile to really be able to work on the pleading, Your Honor. Even if we have to go overtime, Your Honor, it doesn't matter to us as long as we are able to deliver the task that is being required of us, Your Honor.
If a petition elevated to the Court of Appeals and raffled to you is on its face unmeritorious, will you dismiss it outright?
If Your Honor, if on its face it's unmeritorious, then um, you mean the substance of the pleading, not something
Yes,
which
yes.
has a
On its
procedural
face,
information.
after evaluating it, you find out that it is in your evaluation, it is unmeritorious. Are you that kind of a magistrate who will
Uh,
dismiss the petition outright?
um, if it's on the merits, it relates on the merits, Your Honor. I think I will first require the respondent to comment first on the petition filed.
Is that part of due process?
Um, Although it's
Even if
not,
you think it is meritorious, you still will require a comment because it's part of due process.
y- yes, Your Honor.
Okay, one final question. There are many divisions in the Court of Appeals, more so in the city of Manila, the Court of Appeals in the city of Manila. How do you think the divisions are able to reconcile or cure or correct or avoid conflicting decisions? That's possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you think should be done to avoid conflicting decisions? That's my final question.
Um, I think there should also be like what the Supreme Court is doing, that they um, upload the cases that they have recently decided, Your Honor. At least in the Court of Appeals, I think they should also do that among themselves, Your Honor, wherein the justices can see what are the latest decisions that the court has rendered po, para at least they will be guided uh, on the doctrines that have been laid down by the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
So the equivalent of the court reporters division should be able to ferret out if there are conflicting decisions
Yes, Your Honor.
among these. Okay, thank you very much, Solicitor, for your time and good luck.
Thank you very much po, Justice, and Merry Christmas po.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Tiham. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Judge Toribio E. Ilaw Jr.
Yes, thank you, Attorney Tali, Attorney Inting. Yes, good afternoon, Solicitor.
Good afternoon.
Maria Antonia Edita Claridades Dizon. Haba.
Good afternoon po, Justice.
So your mother, Claridades, comes from Ubando?
Yes po, I'm from Obando po, Bulacan.
And your father, Dizon, came from Pulilan?
Yes po.
So both parents of yours are from Bulacan.
Yes po, so
But
I'm a
yes, you're the only Dizon who that did not come from Pampanga.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you graduated in Sambeda and you passed the bar in 1986. That was the time, that was after the EDSA revolution.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Did it not affect your studies from 1985? Seeing that Mindiola was the battleground or the place where there were so many demonstrations against the benighted regime?
Yes, Your Honor. There are times when our classes
Been
is
postponed.
suspended. Yes, because of the protest rallies in Malacanang, Your Honor.
And you are with the Office of the Solicitor General for more than 3 decades,
Yes, Your Honor.
17 years as an Assistant Solicitor General. And they say that those government employees who have been in the government or in their positions for so long are already lax and no longer have motivation for improvement. What can you say about this?
I don't think that is true naman po to all government employees have been serving the government for a long time. While some employees have the tendency to be lax already after working so long in the government, but I don't think it is applicable to all government employees who have been working in the government for a very long time already. It really depends on the person, Your Honor.
And having seen how many Solicitor Generals work in the OSG, we have to start with Frank Chavez, down to Khalida. And who do you look up to among them?
Uh, I think all of them, Your Honor.
No, the question is who in particular? Who? Not all.
It's hard po kasi to choose, especially this is an online
No.
interview po.
Strictly,
Yes po.
this time it may be confidential naman. You can even request that after this, not to upload it. What can you say about Frank Chavez?
Um, he's very good po, Your Honor. He's a seasoned trial lawyer po. And He has a good management skills also, Your Honor. Because when he was the Solicitor General, we are happy naman po during his incumbency po. We were happy naman.
About then Solicitor General Hilbay. What can you say about him?
He is a very brilliant lawyer po. He has lots of energy po.
I'm not going to ask you about Solicitor General Jokal. Kung baka makarating sa kanya, sabihin mo na nga. Anyway, from the perspective of a solicitor, what do you think can be improved in the judiciary? Let's start with the Court of Appeals.
I think, Your Honor, in the Court of Appeals, they have already their internal rules of procedure in the Court of Appeals. I think all are in place already. So it's just the only problem talaga po of all the courts is uh, the their dockets, the congestion of their dockets, Your Honor. So I think, but I think with the recent passage of the uh, new rules of civil procedure as well as the revised rules on evidence, I think it will really help the courts to uh, to be able to unclog their dockets because there are now several um, cases wherein, like for example, um, the filing of a petition for certiorari, Your Honor. Um, there are cases under the new rules of civil procedure where the filing of a petition for certiorari is already a prohibited pleading. So I think this will result to the uh, this will improve the docket congestion of the cases in the courts, Your Honor.
Alright, I'm not going to ask you about with respect to the Supreme Court, but having learned that you only once had appeared at the highest court, even for oral argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your favorite subject? Even when studying, even at your being a assistant solicitor, you confine yourself to criminal cases, civil cases, special proceedings, or what, or everything.
We are exposed to um, different kinds of cases po, Your Honor, in the OSG po.
Alright, let's go to criminal cases. There are two kinds of criminal immunity available to a witness. One is transactional immunity and the other is derivative use immunity. Could you differentiate them? Have you heard of this immunity in criminal cases?
Transactional immunity po and what is the other one po?
Derivative use
Of,
immunity.
I'll be honest, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I do not know.
But international law? I'm so sorry. I really owe an apology for making you this. Even my colleagues making every applicant making it a hard task, saying that's now very hard to apply in the judiciary, particularly in the appellate, with retired justices coming from court
Yes, Your Honor.
and the two lowly judges in the regional trial court.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact,
But
Your Honor,
international law.
okay po.
let's go to history or geography in relation to international law. Is the Vatican City a state?
Uh,
Conservative ka, medyo alam mo yan.
I
Teka, laki
believe
kami sa kumbento.
I believe yes, Your Honor.
Or is there no clear consensus on the matter? Although Italy recognized Vatican in the Lateran Treaty of 1928, doubt is expressed by some jurists as to its real status. Just like, what's this? Switzerland, di ba? Maliit lang, pero yet independent country. So again, and this time international law, what is the Tobar Doctrine?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know that.
Let's go to your comfort. Let's go to your comfort zone. In illegal drugs cases, yeah, medyo alam mo na to.
Opo, sana po.
Sana, okay. Will the absence of the required witnesses ipso facto render the confiscated items inadmissible?
Absence of the record.
Absence of required witnesses, because we have been from Romilim case, people Tulagan.
Not necessarily, Your Honor. Because in drug cases, Your Honor, what's important is they are able to prove, or the as long as the integrity and the evidentiary value of the seized items are preserved, and the prosecution is able to establish that. And I think that is the one which is required, Your Honor, in a violation of illegal drugs case po.
Alright, cite the instances when the extinction of a penal action does not carry with it the extinction of civil liability.
Your Honor, in case of the extinction of the criminal case, but the civil liability is not extinguished, Your Honor.
Yes. What are the instances but do not carry with it the extinction of civil liability?
Because when the accused dies, I think the the civil liability by reason of that crime is also extinguished po eh.
How about when the court declares that the liability of the accused is only civil?
If that's the case, Your Honor, yes, that's one of those, Your Honor. Like, for example, in Staffa, Your Honor, when the court um, will just require the accused to bring back, for example, the money that was fraudulently or misappropriated, Your Honor.
What if the acquittal of the accused is based only on reasonable doubt? As only preponderance of evidence is required. Is the civil liability extinguished?
if the civil liability po is based on the uh, crime that was allegedly committed, and then the accused was acquitted of that crime, then I think the civil liability is also extinguished.
All right, my last question, the solicitor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi na kita masyadong, pagod ka.
Okay lang po.
Okay, talaga mahirap mag-apply ngayon. Is there anything you wanted to tell us about but you haven't had the chance? Hmm.
Um, um, I pray sana po na I will not go over this tedious process again because it's sana po I get to be chosen na po because Your Honor, to be honest talaga po, just completing all the documentary requirements is really very difficult, not only for me but to all the applicants, especially in this time of pandemic, Your Honor. Me, I really had a hard time po completing all the documents, but because I'm really determined to apply, um, I really made sure to comply po with all the requirements. But I really had a hard time, especially Your Honor, in going to the hospital just to get my
Yeah.
X-ray, my ECG, because we all know that in this pandemic that we have, the last place that we want to go is to go to the hospital.
Yes,
But
yes.
yes, Your Honor. So, I hope I will not repeat this process again, Your Honor. I just hope and pray po. But kung hindi po talaga, then I have no choice but of course.
Last question. Ano? O sige, wag lang. Isa na lang.
Sige po.
Not more of cases na ano, sa jurisprudence.
Opo.
Alright, more of psychological na lang siguro. Na medyo ma-relax ka ng konti na wala nga.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
So, what question can you never honestly answer yes to?
Again po, again, ulit.
What question can you never honestly answer yes to?
Can I never answer as yes po?
Yes. What question can you never honestly answer yes to? You may have a suitor or what to ask you. No.
But I'll never ask. I cannot think what question
Can you never honestly answer yes?
siguro po if I'm asked to comment to whether this particular person is okay, then when I feel that that person is not that okay for me, but siguro po I will have a hard time answering yes.
Parang Korean drama. Korean. Korean drama. Alam mo yan, yung title ng Korean drama yun. I think it's okay, but it's not okay. Anyway, thank you, solicitor. And thank you.
Thank you very much po, Justice. And
Good luck.
Merry
Good
Christmas
luck.
po. Merry Christmas po.
Okay. Same to you and to your parents, okay?
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Ilao. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Justice Jose Catral Mendoza.
Okay, start my video. Kita na ako, Atty. Tally.
Yes, Justice. Ito na po.
Yes. Okay.
Okay na po.
Good afternoon, ASG. How do you, wala ba kayong uh, ibang tawag kundi ASG?
Good afternoon po, Justice.
Good afternoon, Assistant Solicitor. I'm reading your answer. I'll start from your answers here. Anyway, you in the OSG, you work as a team, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes po.
Yes. And when you have disagreements, you trash it out, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now you're joining the you're applying in the Court of Appeals. Court of Appeals only.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court of Appeals where the court is collegial.
Yes, Your Honor.
So in the collegial court, if the ponente has written something which you do not agree, are you ready to dissent to? I mean to say, after some discussion and you really could not agree, are you ready to dissent? Willing
Um,
to dissent?
um, if I really do not agree, Your Honor, I think I'm ready to dissent. It's just a matter of how I will deliver my piece to the
Your separate opinion, you mean?
yes, Your Honor. Of
Oh,
course, I will uh, uh, I will do it in a very polite way, Your Honor.
yes, of course.
Okay.
With due respect.
Yes, with due respect.
Yes, of course, of course.
Yes,
Oh, now you have read so many Supreme Court cases.
yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
with
But not all.
in what case would you have dissented?
Oh, that's a very difficult question, Your Honor.
No,
With the
it's
different cases
easy.
that you have.
Sometimes you do not agree. You voice out your opinion. So, do you agree with all the decisions? Hindi naman siguro. Oh, okay. What with hindi bale baka sige, you dissent kahit na baka naman retired na, baka incumbent, baka ano. Opinion lang naman.
Uh,
Nothing personal.
uh, Your Honor, so far with the latest decisions that the Supreme Court had, uh, I'm uh, I'm agree with the doctrines they laid down, Your Honor. So
No, you do not have any opinion, dissenting opinion. Uh, no. You have read so many decisions of the Supreme Court, right? Where would you have dissented? Kung natalo OSG, hindi ka mag...
ang ang ano.
O hindi naman kayo lagi nananalo. Pero
Ang,
okay lang, if you agree with the decision, you need not dissent kahit na against OSG. Oh, with what decision of the Supreme Court will you submit a dissenting opinion?
I cannot think, Your Honor, as
You cannot think of so many decisions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's anyway, I will baka natatakot ka sa kanila. O ano na lang kahit bale. You're just being careful siguro. Oo. Well, in number 4, you wrote that if it is not essentially for determination of the constitutionality or validity, not essentially, it falls within the exclusive jurisdiction of the CTA. But generally, issues regarding constitutionality or validity falls within the jurisdiction of the regular courts. Right? Correct?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
Correct. I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry po. I'm sorry. Yes, Your
Ah,
Honor. Opo, opo.
yes, that's what you wrote.
Yes.
See?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes,
Oh,
Your
you
Honor.
wrote that.
Yes, yes po. Opo.
So, there is a decision penned by Justice. Uh, I will mention the name later on. BDO versus CTA, wherein it was stated that issues of constitutionality, of validity of tax laws, rules, and regulations are within the jurisdiction of the CTA. That is, it was written by Justice Leonel. So now what you wrote here is a dissent. You are now dissenting from Justice Leonel, and it was unanimously. There was no dissent. It was
Yes, Your Honor.
unanimously agreed upon. So this is your first dissent.
Because I believe, Your Honor, if
Yeah.
the validity uh, of a tax law is being questioned, it really falls under the jurisdiction of the regular courts, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Uh, eh, so,
So you are going to dissent.
um,
Oh, Chief Justice Peralta also agreed with Justice Leonel. The peace ban. You remember the peace ban?
yes, the peace one,
Oh,
Your Honor.
oh. Actually, it was in the motion for reconsideration.
Oh,
Oh,
uh,
okay. Oh, galing nyo pala mag-dissent eh. Sa umpisa lang, dissent. Regarding judgment, kasi advocacy kayo sa OSG, you defend the government, di ba? Mm. What do you mean by your answer here? Yes, the act of the judge in stepping in and filling in the gap in the law is tantamount to judicial legislation. Do you mean to say interpreting the law is tantamount to judicial legislation?
um, in my humble opinion, Your Honor, yes. Uh, yes.
So you cannot. So you remember your civil code provision?
Uh,
Hmm? Civil code provisions on judgment. Oh. Or what is your interpretation of this? Article 9. No judge or court shall decline to render judgment by reason of the silence, obscurity, or insufficiency of the law.
mm, oh,
So, in relation to what you have earlier stated,
yes, Your Honor.
the judicial legislation, when you interpret the law, is that judicial legislation?
Uh, Interpreting the law is not judicial legislation, Your Honor, but when the judge will try to fill in the gap or gaps in the law, and that, in my humble opinion, Your Honor, will constitute judicial legislation, Your Honor. But mere interpreting the law is not a judicial legislation because it is, Your Honor, the duty really of the courts to interpret the law. But
Okay,
yun nga,
very good. Oh, very good. Now, the judicial decisions. You remember article, the earlier article, judicial decisions, Article 8, applying or interpreting the laws or the Constitution according to others shall form part of the law of the land. Do you agree with them?
Uh, uh, can you
Do
please?
they
Opo.
uh, do they form part of the law of the land?
Uh,
Judicial decisions applying or interpreting the laws of the Constitution, do they form part of the law of the land?
um, judicial decisions interpreting the Constitution, Your Honor.
Yes.
Um,
Do you
uh,
agree with those
I
statements?
I don't think, Your Honor, because these judicial decisions interpreting the Constitution, Your Honor, may
They do
always
not form part of the law of the land.
um,
Do you
it,
remember that provision in your first year in law?
probably ho kasi masyado nang matagal yun kaya yung law when I was studying po sa law school baka nakalimutan ko na po.
Anyway, tagal nyo sa OSG,
Opo.
na pinag-aralan din nyo sa review, and then you have been in the OSG all along.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, do you agree with those statements?
Um, um, I'm not totally agreeable, Your
You're
Honor.
not totally agreeable. Why?
Because, Your Honor, these judicial decisions made by the courts, Your Honor, may be revisited or it can be these doctrines they have laid down may be subject to change, Your Honor.
Yes,
Uh,
of course,
yes, Your
of
Honor.
course.
So uh, they cannot really can be considered as forming part of the law of the land, unlike the Constitution, Your Honor.
Okay, what are their nature?
Uh, the judicial
They are
decisions.
what? They are what?
Um, because in the hierarchy of the laws, I think the judicial decisions are only number 3
So
in
ilagay na lang natin to Supreme Court decisions. What are they? If they are Supreme Court decisions, final and executory Supreme Court decisions,
then they will be considered as the established doctrines laid down by the courts.
they sa stare decisis.
Outside the sizes po, yes, Your
Yun,
Honor.
yung ba nakalagay sa civil code?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. Sorry
You
po.
forgot?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, they form part of the legal system of the Philippines. They do not form part of the law of the land.
But they form part
What
of
forms part of the law of the land?
the Constitution, Your Honor.
Yun ang question. What else?
Um, that can be considered as really part of the law of the land. I think it's the
Yes.
Constitution.
Yun lang? Wala na kayo maisip?
Kasi I don't think po yung mga laws enacted by Congress would be considered as forming part of the, although they are laws, but
The laws of the land, yung yung enactment, congressional enactments when they are signed by the president, they are laws of the land. Di ba?
opo.
Oh. What else? Aside from the Constitution, laws of the, and what else? Aside from the
Probably,
Constitution,
Your Honor, the siguro po international
hindi siguro yan, sigurado. International law, when we are signatories, they
yes,
form part of the law of the land.
yes.
Oh, wag ka magsiguro. Siguraduhin nyo.
Sorry po.
Okay. Oh. Uh, no, indeed, ano naman magaling naman ang OSG, ang OSG dito. I think you can easily answer this. In the U.S. Supreme Court last week in Tanvir versus Tansir, the U.S. Supreme Court dismissed a case for being mutanakatemic. This refers to the restrictions of the flight of Muslims. So they filed a case in court telling them that the orders, the judicial office, the administrative officers implementing the decisions of the president duly unburdened their religious belief. So it was dismissed, sabi ni Justice Thomas, Clarence Thomas, that they can file a case against the officers involved. But they can invoke as a defense the defense of qualified immunity. Okay, what is qualified immunity? Kaya niyo yan.
Qualified immunity.
Yes, nasasagot yan mga OSG.
Ako ho yung exception.
What is qualified immunity?
Qualified immunity po, sorry po again.
You know, I think the OSG handled this case. De Lima versus President Duterte. That is the case. It was written by Chief Justice Bersamin. So nandun ang qualified immunity. What is qualified immunity? OSG ang lawyer doon.
Pasensya na po because I'm not part of the team who handled that. I was not part of the team po kasi who handled.
Pag hindi you're not part of the team, you will not read na.
Sorry po. Sorry.
Paano ka na nasa Supreme Court, decision ng isang division na di mo na alam. Ay sus. Sa CTA, ang dami. Sa Court of Appeals, where you're applying, marami.
Okay.
Sige, punta tayo dito sa sinulat nyo sa answer. Before we leave that, okay. Before we go to about judgments, yung judgment. How do you distinguish res judicata from conclusiveness of judgment?
Res judicata is when a certain case has already been decided in a previous case wherein it involves the same um, more or less issues, and it was the parties are also the same.
Mm.
While conclusiveness of judgment, Your Honor, is um, more or less they are similar, Your Honor, but
Similar. Oh. What is the relation of res judicata to conclusiveness of judgment?
the relation po,
Yes, yes, yes.
uh, in res judicata, Your Honor, it involves uh, the same parties, Your Honor. While in conclusiveness of judgment, it does not necessarily follow that the parties were the same.
Mm. Okay. Conclusiveness of judgment is one of two aspects of res judicata. Okay. Now, it is only one. What is the other aspect of res judicata?
Uh, the other aspect of res judicata is it uh,
One is conclusiveness of judgment. What is the other one?
it will be a bar already to another proceeding, Your Honor,
Yes,
involving the
you're
same.
correct. You're correct. It's conclusiveness of judgment is one, and two, bar by prior judgment. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. What is immutability?
Immutability is, Your Honor, it's something that the, um, the decision must be uh, once it has attained finality, it's something which is already cannot be anymore be revived or resurrected again because uh, of the doctrine of immutability, Your Honor.
Okay. There are five exceptions enumerated in the case of apple fruits versus land bank of the Philippines. What are those five exceptions to the rule of immutability?
Mhm. Uh, First is the judgment must already be final.
Yes,
Uh,
it is final.
yes, Your Honor.
It's given. It's final. Kaya we apply the rule of immutability. But there are exceptions. What are they?
Options. Um, when when probably when the judgment was based on misapprehension of facts and the law,
You can reopen the case based on the misapprehension of the justice or judge.
um, or because there is lack of jurisdiction, Your Honor. So in
It's
that
already final. You
uh,
can attack
yes,
that
Your
for
Honor,
lack of jurisdiction even after finality.
if, but if the
Diba you can raise jurisdiction even on appeal, but can you
but
raise
if
jurisdiction even after finality?
but Your Honor, if the court has no
So let's
jurisdiction,
ano na lang tayo kunyari Supreme Court decisions. Oh, para hindi kayo malito.
uh,
Then we will go to that what you have mentioned.
uh, because Your Honor,
Yeah, I'll give you a tip. Okay. Number one, void judgments.
void judgment,
They are
yes.
exceptions. Oh, what are the? Can you think of the other four?
Um,
Number 2, correction of clerical errors.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh. And
Um,
then 3, nunc pro tunc entries. What is nunc pro tunc entries?
um, is when
What
um,
are nunc pro tunc entries?
mm, sorry po, nakalimutan ko.
Nakalimutan. Yeah, oo. Apple fruits, you review apple fruits. Now, let's go to RTC decision which has become final. Can you attack it?
Yes, Your Honor, by filing a petition for annulment of judgment before the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
Yes, before the Court of Appeals. In the Court of Appeals, you review the records, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
There is no more trial, no more hearing.
Yes.
Well, aside from yung question of the ponente or the division, or they want to be clarified, what are the 3 instances when the Court of Appeals may allow the reception of evidence?
First, Your Honor, uh, in uh, in their original jurisdiction over certiorari prohibition, mandamus, or like for example, amparo cases,
Yes.
uh,
Oh, okay, that is one category. One category yan, where the Court of Appeals exercises original jurisdiction, whether exclusive or concurrent. What
Yes.
are the other 2?
When the Court of Appeals granted a motion for newly discovered evidence, Your Honor, the Court of Appeals may receive evidence, Your Honor. And the other one is in a petition for annulment of judgment, Your Honor.
And that's original jurisdiction, already covered.
Yes. Um, I think with respect to AMLA cases, Your Honor.
Original jurisdiction din yun, covered. Anyway, yung sinabi newly discovered evidence, it refers to civil cases and criminal cases.
Yes, Your
Right?
Honor. Yes, Your
Right?
Honor.
Ano pang isang instance?
Uh, when there is a claim for damages,
Not in all cases?
no, Your Honor.
Well,
Um, um,
well, sirit na. Anyway, when you, in case the issue of is the amount of damages in provisional remedies.
provisional remedies.
Okay?
Yes, Your
Okay. Alis naman tayo doon sa ano.
I'm learning a lot, Your Honor.
On what you wrote. Oh. What what is your view of our media? Kunyari private organization. Oh.
Yes, Your
Oh.
yes, Your Honor.
You want to change your answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to change your answer?
Yes, I remember that, Your Honor.
Oh.
But I think because what I wrote that in the exam, Your Honor, because I feel that the media should have given the courtesy to
Courtesy yun, but that they have the right
yes,
to
they have the right, Your Honor. Yes,
to
Your Honor.
discontinue.
Yes, Your
Oh.
Honor. Your Honor. Yes.
I see. So the uh, freedom of speech or of the expression of the president is not violated.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not violated.
Um, for me, Your Honor, it's
Yung constitutional right lang, hindi yung pagkabastos or what.
more or less, I feel that somehow it was violated, Your Honor.
Why violated?
Yes, Your Honor. Because,
His freedom of expression was
yes,
violated.
Your Honor.
But there are other media outlets. May PDP4. May, ganyan.
Mhm.
Kungyari sa Philippines.
Um, But I believe kasi po, I don't think the media in the United States will do that if they know that
Let's in the
President
para hindi ka na mahirapan, dito na sa Philippines.
as a
Kunyari, there are several media outlets, private ito, government ito, the private stopped or it discontinued covering the speech of the president.
since
Is that
that yes, Your Honor,
a violation of the president's right to the freedom of expression?
somehow yes, Your Honor. I feel that
Somehow, yes.
there was
They
some
violated.
violation. Yes, Your Honor. Somehow, although I know these media companies are privately owned and they
If
that they have
they are privately owned, di ba may discretion sila to choose what to cover and not what to cover.
yes, but in this case, Your Honor, it was a presidential speech, Your Honor.
That's
It was
because it is a presidential speech. They should continue.
But for me, out of courtesy to the president, Your Honor,
Ayun nga,
they
hindi.
should have
Nandun
allowed the
tayo
president
sa
to.
constitutionality to, right? We are on there. Yung
Yes, Your Honor.
courtesy is another matter.
I agree with you, Your Honor, that since these media companies are privately owned, they have the right to.
Have the right.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the president's freedom of speech not violated because he was allowed to continue. He was not disrupted, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Kayang-kaya naman niya yun. Ngayon, what are the essential elements of the freedom of expression?
First is there must prior restraint and the clear and present danger
What do
rule.
you call it? Can you repeat? Essential elements.
The clear and there must be a clear and present.
That is a test. That is a test.
Oh, sorry po.
Huwag yung paghaluin. Huwag yung paghaluin.
Sorry po.
Okay lang. Sa test, we will go there mamaya.
So elements po of
essential elements.
The right to express your views.
Tutulungan na lang kita. To remind you. Okay. Freedom from prior restraint. That is one. What is the second one? Kaya na ninyo yan. Tagal niyo sa OSG.
There must be the existence
do you remember the case of Diocese of Bacolod versus the COMELEC? Nandun yan. Hawak din ng OSG yan. You represented COMELEC. The one is freedom from prior restraint. What is the other essential element?
The existence nga po of clear and present danger.
That is the test. That is the test. Okay. The other element is freedom from subsequent punishment. You remember?
Yeah.
Who was your professor in Sambeda?
Sa political law po?
Yes, constitutional.
Justice Natura po.
Nasa libro niya yan ay.
Magalit.
Uh, okay, what are the general restraints or limitations of the freedom of expression?
The limit, while everybody has a right to express his
The
views.
two main classification of those restraints. We know there are limitations. What are those two general classifications?
So the clear and present danger test.
Mahal na mahal niyo yun, ano? That is one of the test.
Opo.
Oh, that is one of the test. Oh, sige, I'll give you one. Content-based restraint. What is the other one?
Content-based restraint po. The other one is sorry po, Justice. Sorry po.
Content-neutral restraints or regulation. You remember?
Pasensya na ho, nakalimutan ko.
Ay, gano'n. Ano ba hinahandle niyo sa OSJD yung ngayon? Kala ko giveaways kasi, sorry. Oh. You're not applying in the Court of Tax Appeals, ano?
Hindi po. I did not apply anymore sa Court of Tax Appeals po because I have very limited background po sa taxation.
Yeah, oo. Yeah, I will ask you about the test. The Equal Protection Clause, the exception is valid classification. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, yes, po, yes.
What is the test used to determine the reasonability of the distinction?
That the law must apply to all which has the same class, Your Honor. I mean,
No, the test.
that po.
I'm not asking about Equal Protection Clause. I also gave the exception, valid classification. Doon na tayo sa ano.
Sa test po sa freedom of expression po.
Yes, oo.
Yan na po yung yung clear and present danger.
Hindi pa rin. It's the means and test sa Mosqueda versus Davao Planters. Sulat din ni Chief Justice Bersamin. Sige, mahal na mahal niyo yung clear and present danger test. Okay? There are 3 tests in by which restraint on freedom of speech are evaluated. There are 3 tests. Okay? One test, yung mahal na mahal nyo, clear and present danger test. Okay? What are the other 2?
There's no prior restraint po.
So the test, you mean to, tiyatanong ko yung test. You will test it. What is the test? Sa employer-employee relationship sa labor,
yes, po.
That is the control test, di ba?
Control test po.
Control test. Nandito pala tayo sa freedom of expression. There are 3 tests because you always refer to the clear and present danger. So actually there are 3. One is clear and present danger. What are the other 2?
I'm sorry again, Your Honor. What I know is just the clear and
I
present.
help you. I'll help you. What
Opo.
is the dangerous tendency test? And
Dangerous.
the second is the balancing of interest test. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
In espuelas versus people, sabi lang, what is the rule which is used in the Philippines according to the
Um,
decision in espuelas versus people? Among the three,
the clear and present danger test, Your Honor.
dangerous tendency rule. According to the espuelas versus people. Okay lang, okay lang. Baka pagod na kayo, ako na lang ang titigil or you want more questions? Okay, last na ito, last na. You're applying in the Court of Appeals. You're applying in the Court of Appeals. I mentioned earlier that one of the tests to determine employer-employee is the control test. What is the other test?
The other test is um, the the aside from the payment of wages, who pays the wages, Your Honor. I
Sa control na yan, sa control.
Opo. It's the whether the whether the work is directly related to the work of the to
What do
the
you call that? Sige, maybe
to the
you,
business of the
hindi naman kayo humahawak ng ano, no? Ng labor cases in the OSG, you do not.
yung NLRC cases po, we ask
You
the
handle,
case po.
okay. This is a recent case, dapat alam nyo to. What is the economic reality test?
The economic reality test is
Yes, what is it?
Because that was brought about because of this pandemic, Your Honor, that we have now.
Ganun ba?
I'm just trying to guess po. So it was brought about by
You study Amit versus Cagayan de Oro Medical Center. Economic reality test. It is one of the tests to determine the existence of employer-employee relationship. Okay. Do you know Justice Ami Javier?
Yes, Your Honor. He was our colleague before in the Office of the Solicitor General.
Oh, very good. You can easily answer this. Oh, madali lang ito. What is a seasonal employee?
A seasonal employee is one who is hired for a particular project only.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is a project employee. Iba yung seasonal.
Or one who is being hired.
Generally, there are two elements. What are the two elements of a seasonal employee? They must conquer the two elements.
The work of that seasonal employee is obviously not permanent, Your Honor.
Oh, siyempre. Oh.
And he or she is being hired only during a certain month of the year.
In general. Well, in the exact words, they must be performing work or services that are seasonal in nature. And two, they have been employed for the duration of the season. Diba, seasonal employees may say Christmas season. Diba, seasonal employees? Correct?
Yes po, yes po. Yes po.
Suppose they have been rehired every Christmas season, ganyan, for the past 10 years. Lagi na lang terminated sila after 3 months and then rehired again, then terminated again, rehired again. 10 years umabot. Can you not consider them regular na? O hindi pa?
Um, but Your Honor, if they are hired as regular employees,
They are hired as seasonal
yes,
employees.
Your Honor.
But pero paulit-ulit, 10 years lang.
But if they will
10
be
years.
considered, Your Honor, as regular employees, then that would be quite unfair to the employer because that worker will be only reporting for work during a certain period of time, Your Honor.
So that is your view.
Yes, Your Honor, because he will not be required to work for the whole time, Your Honor. He will only be required to work during.
Unfair sa employer. Correct.
Yeah,
Diba?
yes,
Unfair?
Your
I
Honor.
think so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Justice Amy Javier wrote that they should be considered regular employees. Now, pangalawang dissent na ninyo yan sa justice. you ask Justice Amy Javier, Espina versus Highlands Camp Rawlings Foundation. You started with a dissent and now you ended up with a dissent. So, maganda sa collegial court or magdi-dissent ka lagi. Oh. You have reasons naman eh. Okay lang, okay lang. Oh, okay lang. Oo. Sige, that will be all, Solicitor. The best of luck. O gano'n na lang your excuse or you want to continue pa, marami pagtatanong mga kasama ko.
You know. Thank you po very much, Justice, and Merry Christmas po.
Oh, so pagdating nyo sa CA, dissenting lagi kayo to. Dadalwa pa lang ang kaso, nag-dissent na kayo eh. Sige, your excuse. Thank you
Have a
very much.
blessed Christmas po.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you, ASG Dizon. Thank you, Justice Mendoza.
Yes.
The next candidate to be interviewed, Your Honors, is Attorney Maria Milagros N. Fernan Cayosa. She is the consultant of Cayosa Law Offices. She is an applicant for the Court of Appeals. Good afternoon, Attorney Fernan Cayosa. Good afternoon, Attorney Fernan Cayosa. Please unmute your.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. First to interview you is the Honorable Judge Franklin J. de Monteverde. Judge de Monteverde.
Sige. Thank you, Attorney Tali.
Welcome, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney Cayosa. So happy to meet you on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, likewise here.
Yeah, you're my predecessor. And how are things after retirement from the JBC?
Oh, it's been quite productive actually, and busy. I did not expect that it would be as busy as it is, but fortunately, I'm able to do endeavors that while in office I was unable to do. So, example would be to travel, especially for IBP, and that was, of course, COVID.
Okay. You're staying in Cebu or in Tuguegarao?
I'm in Tuguegarao po.
Ngayon.
Yes,
So your law office is.
Yes.
Your law office is also in Tuguegarao.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know the late Dr. Banyes there?
Actually, he is my sister-in-law's father-in-law.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh.
Yes, I think it was for, he headed the Masons.
Yeah, no, we were together. We were together. We were together. He passed away a few years ago.
Yes.
Uh,
His son actually lives, we live in the same house.
si Leon or si Noel?
Si Benji po.
Si Benji. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Kindly give my extend my regards to them.
Ayun po.
Okay, attorney. You are now consultant of the law firm. Your law firm.
Yes, Your Honor.
And how are you in it? Are you enjoying your work?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it gave me
Mm.
an opportunity to go back to my previous advocacies before I joined the JBC, which is concerns of women and children. So I'm back particularly at the Department of Social Welfare and Development Field Office 2 as regional counsel. Um, I don't really do too much of litigation. We have some retainers, so we address the concerns of our retainers. Not much of litigation work, Your Honor.
Okay. More on consultancy.
Yes, Your Honor, but we do direct, like for instance, as a consultant, we do direct the um, lawyers who are representing our other clients as to how to proceed, no, with certain cases. Some of them would consult us with respect
Oh,
to how to handle certain cases. So while we are not directly involved in, I particularly am not directly involved with litigation, we still do handle cases.
now I've read your PDS and you have received many awards. Can you cite the most treasured award that you received?
Well, actually, there are two that I believe no, na I treasure the most. First, of course, is coming from the province of Cagayan. While I was not born here, I consider myself as a Cagayana, and the distinction of being recognized as an outstanding Cagayana in 2018 was actually a welcome surprise, and it was also a validation that I am where I ought to be because I
Uh,
feel that with this distinction, I was my efforts in Cagayan have been recognized.
okay, so you don't consider yourself a Cebuana.
Cebuana, I am fortunate to have the best of both the North and the South. I still
Oh,
consider myself a Cebuana, even if I do live here in Tugigaraw. I frequent, no, I mean, pre-COVID, we are there twice or thrice a year. We would be there this Christmas, except for, of course, the quarantine. And I still consider myself as a Cebuana.
okay. And how do you feel about not being able to go home for the Christmas season?
It's actually very sad. Um, although it's difficult because my mother would have wanted all of us to be in Cebu,
Okay.
but you know, well, we have considerations about safety, our safety as well as hers. However, we do get in touch nightly. We have
Okay.
nightly rosary, so we are in touch with family.
Okay. By the way, Attorney Cayosa, mitos, no? Palayaw.
Well, my close friends would call me Mitoy. You know how it is in Visayas?
Mitoy. It's Mitoy.
Yes. I must have been
Okay.
a small baby.
Okay. Were you able to take the prejudicature program?
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you for suggesting that I take the prejude. It was a
Yeah.
very enriching experience, and the beauty of it is that I attended in the comfort of my own home.
Okay. And how long did you take it? How many
Uh,
days?
I completed the 10-day course, Your Honor. The 10th day being the examination. So I attended all of the sessions religiously.
Okay. Now, let's go to your medical records. On your complete blood count, you have a high eosinophil and lymphocytes.
Right.
Are you asthmatic?
No, Your Honor. When I asked that of my physician, he said that those are insignificant. It's not something I ought to worry about.
Yes.
While he continued my maintenance medication, nothing significant with respect to my blood works, Your Honor.
Okay. But allergic rhinitis, do you have it?
Not today.
Not,
I don't, I
but
don't
you're
have.
allergic.
I was. I am not as sensitive as I used to be as a child. I believe that I have outgrown some of my allergic reactions. So I have very little, allergy, even for like pollen. Rarely do I have any outbreak of, and it's mostly skin allergy, not something that would be pulmonary in nature.
Probably when you had the lab test sometime in July of this year, you were having an allergy. That's the reason that your eosinophil is high.
Yes, perhaps, Your Honor. But as I said, I actually consulted. If you would look at my records, I
Yeah.
consulted two doctors, the city health officer, as well as my regular specialist,
Mhm.
Dr. Ramos. Yes, so a private and a public physician, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Now, in your blood chemistry, you have a high triglycerides. How high is it?
Mm, it's slightly high, as my my doctor said. That's why he keeps me on maintenance. So
Mhm.
I still have to watch my diet, and I think it comes, as he puts it, as we age. That is one thing that we have to take into consideration. That one of the levels would be triglycerides, no? That would have the tendency to rise.
Okay. Now, Minto, are you still with the DSWD field office
Yes, Your Honor.
as a counselor?
Officially, yes, Your Honor.
Or,
I
yeah.
returned. Yes, I was counsel, I believe, starting 2000. And then when I joined the JBC, of course, I stopped being counsel. And this year, I was invited once again to be retained counsel. So it's a contractual
Oh,
engagement, Your Honor.
okay. Now, earlier I mentioned about many awards that you had received, but there's one that quite intrigued. No, this is the 2016 FWN Global 100 Most Influential Filipino Women. What is this all about? Is
The
this international?
Filipino
No, international award? Ito.
Yes, Your Honor. The
Oh,
Filipino Women's Network is actually a San Francisco-based organization, and its objective is to recognize Filipino women worldwide, who
okay.
have created an impact in their respective fields as an
Mm-hmm.
innovator, as a policymaker. And so I was recognized again for my efforts as a policymaker in women and children's rights, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let's go a little bit to your Salen. My ups and downs ka rito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. So specifically in the year 2016, your net worth was at 11 million. A year later, in 2007, it increased to around 48 million. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. Actually, I had the occasion. Yes, I had the occasion to actually do yung a comparative study of my own salary. And
Oh,
I noted the same, which actually I said, well, one of the things that we would want to consider would really be the basis for the computation. I perhaps have made a mistake in computing on the basis of the current market value instead of the acquisition cost. So because I
okay.
used, and then since the value, particularly of our the condominium that we purchased in Quezon City, appreciated by 4 million, and my basis for that was that someone was asking if we would be interested to sell our unit, and I said, "Ko, how much is the going price?" And then they showed us the brochures that showed that the current value was about 11 million at the time. So I do admit that there is some question as to the computation, Your Honor. However, if we look at the essence of the SALN, is really an opportunity for public officers to make a declaration of their assets, liabilities, and net worth. So
Mm-hmm.
while there may be probably a question as to the computation, Your Honor, the assets that are declared are practically the same. It's just the valuation and perhaps the basis of the computation that varies.
Were you asked
So
to
I admit that there
explain?
must have
Yeah.
been
Huh?
there must have been a discrepancy in how the values, because I think there was a change sometime in 2015, 2016 on the how to compute. So on some instances, I may have computed on the basis of particularly no, the real properties on the basis of the current market value, and previous to that, that's why it's a lower value because it
Uh-huh.
was based on the purchase price,
Okay. Were you asked to
the
explain?
acquisition cost.
Hindi pa. Were you asked to explain
Pardon
when you
me?
submit the SALN?
No, not that aspect. Actually, what I was required to, I voluntarily submitted an amended SALN for 2017 because there was an entry, you know, when you use the previous file and then you're just going to use it again, you
Mm-hmm.
know, for the next year. I used an older version, and while the 2016 declaration already stated the unit, no, the Quezon City condo unit. In fact, we had moved in 2015. It was already stated in 2016. I failed to include it in the 2017 by inadvertence, and that was the letter, the essence of my letter, which accompanied my SALN last year.
Mm-hmm.
So when I noted the discrepancy, I immediately had an amended. I prepared an amended SALN for that year, and I submitted the same to the Office of the Clerk of Court. So there is that uh, the the failure to declare that particular condominium, Your Honor. But it was really not intended not to declare it, but there was just failure on my part not to include that due to inadvertence.
Okay. Yung amended SALN of yours, was that submitted to the JBC?
Yes, Your Honor. I submitted
Okay.
both the original one and the amended one po.
Okay. But these properties were not declared in your SALN prior to 2015.
We only acquired it and it was transferred in our name only in 2015, Your Honor.
Okay. So before
2015,
that, it was
2016.
you purchased that on installments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that explains the obligation. It's one of the obligations that we declared.
Mhm. Okay. Now, from 48 million in 2017, your net worth significantly decreased to around 31 million. What happened with that?
Again, actually, I think, okay, one of the reasons is that there's property that's commonly owned in Cebu City, which was sold. That property, I own only a 10th interest in, but that was in our name. You know, how it is when you come from a large family. Part
Yeah.
of my father's estate planning was to transfer properties, you know, with several children, not all of us, because it was very difficult to get the signatures of everyone if they needed to sell. But anyway, there was property that was sold, so that's one of the reasons why there's a significant drop, and because that was property commonly owned and which was sold.
Again, in 2018, it
And I
increased
think
to,
also again,
yeah, 42 million in 2019.
yes, I think again
Kaya
the
sabi ko,
Your Honor, if I may,
kaya nag-ingon ko ups and downs ba?
Opo. Again, I think it is due to, you know, frankly, there is still some confusion as to what is the basis, because while, you know, the frequently asked questions on the Civil Service Commission's website states that you are supposed to declare both the acquisition cost and the current market value. It does not state specifically. So sometimes I may have made a mistake again of using uh, the fair market value, the current market value in one time and another time. But if you look at the assets, they're basically the same. So it's
Okay.
just the computation of whether it's using the current market value or the acquisition cost, Your Honor.
But for sure, you have submitted the your SALNs for the years 2010 to 2019.
Actually, Your Honor, I joined government again in 2011. So
Okay.
shortly after I assumed office, yes. And up to 2018. But since after that, I actually was required to submit one as of July 9, 2019, when I vacated my position.
You mean
And
the exit
that's what,
SALN?
right, Your Honor. And
Uh-huh.
I was, yes, and I have an explanation to that as well, that under the guidelines, what were asked to be submitted were those which I submitted while I was in office. And since I was no longer in office on July 9, so I thought it was not required. Nonetheless, I submitted belatedly my July 2019 as well as my June 2020 SALN, which I submitted because it was a requirement for my retirement papers, Your Honor. So
Mm.
aside from July 2019, there was a June 2020 SALN. So I submitted subsequently both, Your Honor.
So all of these documents are with the JBC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, just last June, specifically on June 8, 2020, the new JBC set of rules took effect. Now, prior to this interview, were you able to browse over the said rules? And if so,
Just
yeah, okay.
briefly, Your Honor.
Uh, okay. Now, what particular provisions in the 2020 set of rules do you think need improvement? Still need to be improved?
Well, I guess uh, while the interviews, no, are now conducted online.
Mhm.
Um,
Because of the
I
pandemic.
Yes, because of the pandemic. But I think it
Uh,
would be good
yeah.
to institutionalize so that the JBC would have that option always
Okay.
available and not without need to have another resolution passed. So if that option of an online interview is institutionalized, then it would hopefully there will not be another pandemic, but I guess it will also be in attune with the times, since availing of this application would be beneficial to the council's productivity.
Okay. Are there other suggestions which you would like to submit for us to consider also in the future?
I believe that you
You
have
were
now
with
made
the JBC for 8 years, so probably you may
yes,
have an idea.
well, frankly, Your Honor, the ones that I would have suggested we had already passed, but I think that some of them had gone through other amendments. Uh, Offhand, I cannot think of anything new. Um, I guess also even testing, um, it was a novelty to experience doing the tests online.
Mm-hmm.
That one also did not have provisions, and maybe uh, well, the public ought to be guided so that and it should be stated in the rules. No, actually, the rules do not state whether it should be done physically or online, but just so that the public will know that that is going to happen, um, and for purposes of transparency, so that they will know that there is going to be an exam online, that it should also be institutionalized.
Now here's a question which you could answer candidly. Uh, Supposing you were faced with two or more equally qualified candidates for a judicial post, what would be your criteria in choosing whom to nominate?
It's interesting, Your Honor. While I was in office, I would make it a point that every time there was an interview, I would have a grading sheet. And I would take that as an opportunity when they do the interviews to rate, because it's easier to do that while right after you have interviewed several individuals, because you can make a comparison as to how one did over the other, um, in terms of credentials, in terms of how they reported themselves. Also, because there is information that is given to us regarding feedback on their integrity, their reputation, then I do a score at the end of the day, and I requested my staff to actually collate all those grades vis-a-vis the names of the candidates, and based on that, I would have a ranking system. Okay, so if I am faced with that situation that both, in the ranking fare the same or they have the same score, um, I look into the performance, uh, which is actually stated in the uh, personal data sheet, because especially if there are incumbent juries, the disposal rate, how were they able to decide their cases, if their dockets have been maintained well, and then also, of course, I think the number one would be their integrity and their reputation. So, all other things being equal, anyone who scores higher in that regard, which is borne by my grading sheets, sheets would actually be preferred. No, especially if like there are only several names that you can check when you put a vote, then I would consider those two aspects, Your Honor, in my final decision between two equally talented candidates.
Okay. So what is your concept of a leader or leadership? Leadership muna.
Oh, leadership. Leadership is actually being able to encourage, um, I wouldn't call them followers. Actually, I would, anyone who is in your group or anyone who you are expected to lead to, um, to have a vision. A leader is a visionary. They have to know what they're expected to achieve at the end of the task. And the leader will encourage those in the group to work towards that objective. And that particular principle, if I had the occasion to experience in the JBC, we were given respective responsibilities. So mine was with the Office of Policy Development and Research. And so we envisioned an office that would not just be, we would wait until something happens. We would be more proactive in um, in handling the task that we were given, Your Honor. So, and I hope that we were to inspire um, employees as well as our staff so that we could reach our goals, particularly the number of nominations that we would be able to complete in a given year.
Emito, you're a past IBP president, chapter president.
Yes, Your Honor, and also a past governor for Northern Luzon.
Governor. When were you president of your chapter?
I was president of the chapter from 2005 to 2007. Yes.
2005 to 2007. When you were still in Cebu or already in together?
No, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I've always been unfortunately or fortunately, a member of the Cagayan chapter, Your Honor, since my husband and I had already set root here when I became a member of the bar.
Okay.
So since I was going to be practicing in Cagayan, we deemed it better to be a member of the IBP here and active with the chapter, the local chapter.
So what kind of a leader are you, Mitay?
I think I'm a leader who listens. Okay, I like to elicit suggestions, but ultimately a leader will have to decide which path to take. So I'm a leader who actually listens. I'm a listening leader.
Okay. What is the one thing that makes you the most proud as a leader?
When I see that the task is not just fulfilled or accomplished, but that my group members are satisfied. I always believe that if you have to accomplish something, there must be some meaning and value to what you are doing. So I always ask when I say, why are we doing this in the first place? Because that's the only way that you can put your heart and soul into something or anything that you do.
Okay. Now, you have been president, head of several organizations, and as such, during those times, you had certain goals to meet, and but there are times that you were not able to accomplish them. Your expectations were not met. How did you react to those situations?
Well, there are certain things that you set for yourself and your group. When they are not met, then you move on to the next task at hand. So,
Mhm.
it's difficult to dwell on what happened in the past and things that have not been accomplished. You know, um, of course, take the time to evaluate what went wrong, how things can be better, and
Mhm.
but then focus on the next project. So that's just how it is. Yeah, you just have to keep going until all of the things that you have set forth um, in your goals would be accomplished. So sometimes there are hits, there are sometimes misses, but again, if you're able to reach most of the goals, then you would have accomplished something.
Did you get frustrated?
Oh yes, Your Honor, of course.
And how did you react to to it?
To the frustration, well, again, you try to solicit ideas on how we can best, and then like for instance, like of course when you have a chapter, sometimes there are money issues, and like we had a staff member who sort of nagdispalko. So we had
Mm.
to make the difficult decision to file action, no? So that the amount will be returned. So these are things, because of course, because you work on the basis of trust, and with everyone who you work with, but especially the people you entrust um, funds with.
Okay, meet. Just a couple of questions for appeals, no? Are commercial
Okay.
arbitration awards reviewable under Rule 43? Arbitration awards, commercial.
As a general rule, Your Honor, arbitration are not reviewable. However, in the enforcement of the arbitral ruling, that is something that is subject to judicial review. If there is
Mhm.
as long as the arbitral ruling is actually fair, if in the enforcement it is found to be um, um, like unconscionably high for one, and then so there is difficulty in complying with the enforcement of the ruling, then that is something that can be subject to judicial review.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Fruhoff electronics versus technology electronics?
Proof of electronic technology and technology.
Fruhoff.
Sorry.
Fruhoff. I think it's German.
Okay.
Fruehauf. Fruhoff.
No, okay. What I'm familiar with, Your Honor, would actually be evidence as a result of the e-commerce law and the
Ah,
rules, no? And uh, especially since these are matters that we took up in the prejudicature program. But that specific term escapes me.
Anyway, you were correct in saying that commercial arbitration awards are not reviewable under Rule 43. But
Yes, Your Honor.
this case proceeds further. Yung jurisprudence na it says that commercial arbitral tribunal does not exercise exclusive quasi-judicial powers since it is not a creature of the law. Kaya commercial arbitration awards are not reviewable under Rule 43. Okay. What is the remedy of an aggrieved party from a decision of the ombudsman in an administrative disciplinary case?
Especially if there is already a
Fabian versus Diciento case.
resolution or the ombudsman like for suspension. I believe it is to proceed to the Court of Appeals under Rule
Under what?
5, petition for
Under
certiorari when there is grave abuse of discretion amounting to lack of jurisdiction.
kwan lang, petition for review under Rule 43. Okay. What if it is a criminal case? What is the remedy of the aggrieved party?
To
Yun
decide
ang
that
sinabi mo kanina.
yung sa ano
Petition,
po,
petition for certiorari before the Supreme Court. Okay, last question, Toy. What about the remedy if the ombudsman exonerate respondents from an administrative liability?
Since the decision in an administrative case would not preclude the initiating a criminal case, Your Honor. So, the party may
Administrative liability, exonerate yung ano.
yes, Your Honor, but that does not preclude the filing of a criminal charge.
Okay. It's Rule 65 lang ang proper remedy. Kasi yung rule under 43, nag-final and executory and unappealable na eh.
Oh, okay.
Mandagan versus De La Cruz.
Thank you.
Sige, that was my last question. Thank you for your time. Good luck and best regards to Egon.
Thank you, Your Honor, and wishing you well for the holidays.
Yeah, Merry Christmas in advance.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Judge De Monteverde.
Thank you, Attorney Talley.
Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Justice Noel Jimenez Piham.
Thank you, Attorney Talley. Good afternoon, Attorney Cayosa.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Merry Christmas to you and to IBP President Egon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Merry Christmas to you too.
I know that you're qualified and you sat in the JBC for 8 years, so you're familiar with all interview questions and answers. I'll just ask you a few questions. Do you think it's, just your opinion, do you think it's ethical for the IBP to comment on decisions of the Supreme Court? Because you were once a regular member of the JBC representing the IBP, and you were also an officer of the IBP.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that, in fact, it is the duty of the IBP, to give insights on the decisions of the court. While since it has already been decided, it is not going to be considered as an issue on sub judice. I think that it would also be something that would enlighten the Supreme Court if it is able to give its insights on certain decisions, Your Honor. Especially if the case has already become final and executory. I think that especially if it involves the profession of law, if there are decisions rendered with respect to the discipline of or reason the IBP should speak up. And other issues that would be of national interest.
would you consider lately in the news, attention is given to how fast the Supreme Court decides pending cases. Uh, Justice Leonen was sought to be impeached by some people relating to his workload, but uh, retired Senior Associate Justice Tony Carpio came to his defense and stated that while there is a constitutional requirement of deciding cases within 2 years, considering that Supreme Court justices are overworked, that mandate, that requirement, according to Justice Carpio, is directory, not mandatory. Now, a, a columnist in the Daily Tribune made the suggestion that the IBP create a research team to monitor the disposition of cases in the Supreme Court. Can you share with us your thoughts on that? Would that be, is that something of public interest and national concern that the IBP should also look into?
Your Honor, the IBP has the responsibility to speak up on national issues. However, it must also, it has a responsibility to the court. Um, my personal experience, having worked in the Supreme Court before even working in the JBC as a special assistant to Chief Justice Fernan, my father, I know that there are cases that are assigned to a justice which have not been decided within the 2-year period, even before the case was assigned to them. Should this be something that the IBP should look into? I believe that yes, it is not. I mean, it's good to remind the justices of the responsibility. However, to have the IBP become a watchdog of the Supreme Court would, I think, be counterproductive, especially so, Your Honor, because this might, first of all, there is already a Judiciary Integrity Board, and I think that should be the responsibility of the JIP and not the IBP. Second, why do I consider it as counterproductive? The budget for the legal aid funds that are to be given to the JBC, I'm sorry, to the IBP, have to go through the Supreme Court. So, if they create a body that would just be a watchdog on the delay in the resolution of cases might be um, counterproductive because it might affect the relationship between the IBP and the Supreme Court. So I think if there are other watchdogs already that hold the Supreme Court accountable, like transparency and integrity watch, and they do monitor. How effective they have been in monitoring, that's another story. But uh, to require or to for the IBP to initiate, I don't think that there are other things to be considered if we will go towards that direction.
But the IBP was not coy about making a public statement on the decision of the Supreme Court on the quo warranto case against Chief Justice Sereno. They came out with a public statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, again, when it comes to issues, regarding how certain decisions are rendered, I think that it is part of IDP's responsibility to speak up. But when it comes to administrative matters like the management of cases, and which would specifically, delve into the workings of the Supreme Court, they're probably matters not known to the public with respect to, like, the number of cases, and which I think the court should inform the public, so that when it passes judgment on whether it has been able to resolve its cases expeditiously, they take into consideration, all of these matters. But for individual cases, for individual issues, I think that it's healthy, to have a particular perspective. Like, of course, like, it is something that would render the matter both an academic, since especially if the case has already been decided. But I think for purposes of an academic discussion, um, their views would be helpful.
Now, you mentioned the Judicial Integrity Board that can monitor, but Supreme Court justices are beyond the ambit of the Judicial Integrity Board. And in addition, lawyers are supposed to be officers of the court. And I think lawyers are in the forefront. They're supposed to protect the public, they're supposed to protect the litigants, to see to it that the principle of justice delayed and justice denied is abided with. So, don't you think that is the matter of monitoring or reporting the work output of the court? Would that be detrimental to public interest, in your personal opinion? I'm not trying to put you on a spot.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Um, I do, but let me just express this from my experience. Uh, coming from, I would think that IDP is coming from the outside. Because it would not actually have access to the data unless, the court freely gives the information, and then there would be reason for us, in the IBP to really look into it. I mean, of course, it's up to the court if it would want to make the records public. But I know that that's an issue, another issue altogether. No, so um, how many
Now,
cases have
you will soon join the appellate court. Recently, an appellate magistrate in the court you're applying for was disciplined because of certain lapses in the resolution of cases.
yes,
Now,
Your Honor.
if the Supreme Court, of which I was a member before, if the Supreme Court says that the constitutional requirement for deciding cases is directory as far as they are concerned, and magistrates, both in the appellate courts and in the trial courts, are bound by constitutional and statutory periods under pains of disciplinary actions. The question is, in your opinion, there are no right and wrong answers. Should the same standard of compliance be similarly applied to them, to the magistrates and the appellate courts and trial courts under the Equal Protection Clause?
In my opinion, Your Honor, yes. the same standard should apply. That if it is mandatory under the Constitution, then the deadlines within which to render decisions for cases already submitted for decision should apply from the lowest trial court up to the high court, Your Honor. Mm, but of course, like the Supreme Court, because it is supreme, it can interpret interpret it, in
You don't want to
another way.
ruffle the feathers. But isn't it that lawyers as officers of the court should assist the court dispense speedy justice? That's the
Yes,
point. And
actually, yes, Your Honor.
we're not putting blame. We're not putting blame to the to
Yes,
the magistrates and the high court, because the court is simply swamped with lots of cases. So we're trying to encourage the high court to adopt a system whereby unmeritorious petitions will simply be dismissed outright, so that there will be no backlog of cases. And if there are special treatment given to magistrates in the high court because they're overworked, I think it should equally be applied to the other magistrates, correct? In the other courts. Now, Attorney Cayosa, do you read foreign news? Lately, in the BBC, there was a news about in India about what is known as a jihad, love jihad, which is, have you heard about it?
no,
A,
Your
a love
Honor.
jihad.
But
It's a
give
practice
me a little more details, perhaps.
for Islamophobia, whereby they criticize Muslim men who prey on Hindu women to convert them to Islam through marriage. So they married Hindu women so that they can be converted to Islam. So they call it love jihad. Supposing there is a law that bans or prohibits the unlawful religious conversion, do you think that law, if adopted in the Philippines, would be valid and constitutional? So the law is it prohibits uh, spouses from prohibiting unlawful religious conversion, forcibly converting. Will that be valid and constitutional, do you think?
I think, Your Honor, that would be not valid and should be declared unconstitutional, since while we while we are free under the Constitution to practice. There's a freedom of religion. It is also the freedom to choose which religious sect to be part of. So if you prohibit one from uh, transferring, to another religious faith, that would be an infringement of their right to choose or their religious freedom.
So you think a ban on unlawful religious conversion would be unreasonable?
Your Honor, well, now that you qualify it to say that it is unlawful, then that's a different story because what how would it be considered as unlawful? Because if it is just a question of changing religion, um, because if that were the case, if there is a choice not to marry, if the requirement would be to change religion, but if both choose and to prohibit that would actually be unconstitutional.
Now, there's also another news, interesting news in BBC about Diego Maradona is a football legend from Argentina. He died recently, a few weeks ago, and he was already buried. But during his lifetime, he fathered illegitimate children. All right. Now he has been buried already. Now here comes a young man claiming to be the illegitimate child of Diego Maradona. If you were the judge and the claimant is asking that the body be exhumed for the purpose of conservation for DNA testing, would you grant that?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
The family code actually says that if there is any question on paternity and filiation, it should be during the lifetime of the putative father or mother. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity to, uh, for the alleged parent to contest the uh, the paternity or maternity of the child. So,
DNA, you don't believe in DNA to be a scientific
well,
basis for
actually,
paternity and filiation?
it is, Your Honor. However, the I think the proper time within which to file the action or to file the remedy to
Should
prove
be during the
filiation
lifetime?
shall
Lifetime?
have already expired, Your Honor, with the death of the putative father.
So you're saying the death of the alleged parent will foreclose forever proof of paternity and filiation, even if there is available source of evidence to conduct DNA testing?
Oh, okay. So that's a different story, Your Honor. If there are other, like let's say he was able to get evidence prior, but if
No,
it
no,
is
no.
to exhume the
Exhumation,
body,
exhuming the body of Diego Maradona. And the doctor said, the scientist said, you can extract DNA from the corpse. Uh, yeah, as a judge, will you prohibit that because the corpse has certain rights? Do corpses have certain rights?
hmm, no, but the family of the Diego Maradona could actually uh, invoke that that he has already been buried unless there are compelling reasons to really believe that during his lifetime he recognized this child, no other than and just to prove the filiation. But um, we
So you will deny it. You will
I would
deny it.
deny, Your Honor, unless there are compelling reasons, no, to really go for the exhumation so that you can derive the DNA and other proof. I think it should be accompanied by like because anyone can just go and say like I was the child, and unless there are uh, other evidence that would show that there is a strong possibility that he may have been the son of the deceased. But if it is just because he wants the DNA and there is nothing else to prove, then I would deny the petition, Your Honor.
You work with the Chief Justice. And how long did Chief Justice Fernan stayed in the High Court? How long did he stay there? 10 years
He
almost?
was appointed April 20, I'm sorry, 1986, and then he stepped down in January, actually December of 1991. So that's as Chief Justice, he was there for 2.5 years, and as an Associate Justice before that for a little over, I'm sorry, yes, 2 years and 2 months.
I asked that question because do you think it's more beneficial for the court to to have term limits for Supreme Court justices? Meaning to say, Supreme Court, can there be a law that would mandate that Supreme Court justices shall only serve for 10 years, for example? Would that be valid
Is
law?
that, are you referring, Your Honor, to a
Supreme Court
maximum?
justice.
A maximum, you would to serve a maximum term of
Not
10 years.
more than 10 years. So there are term limits. Because in the United States now, in the US Supreme Court, an incumbent can serve until he dies, until he becomes incapacitated, or until he resigns. But now they're thinking of putting term limits for various reasons. Do you think that's a good idea? Will there be benefits? Will there be advantages? I asked that question because your dad, the Chief Justice, stayed there for almost 10 years. Don't Supreme Court justices get tired after working for almost 10 years?
Actually, Your Honor, not just a bit over almost 6 years, but not 10 years, Your Honor. Uh, but setting a term limit would actually be beneficial to the court because that would uh, set a deadline for members of the court. You know, it's an actually two-edged sword because if you have so much time and you know that you have 10 years and you will take your time deciding cases.
You become lazy. You
Yes,
become indolent.
right. But if you know, to some also, if you have a shorter period for those who will be serving for like 3 or 4 years, you would want to make your mark and you would want to finish. So it's actually a double edge, if you set a limit, um, and that would not be helpful to the court, given that we still accept cases in the Supreme Court, no matter what the nature of the case is. So that is why it is deluged with cases. So if the objective of setting the limit would be to improve the disposition of cases, that might not be might not yield the same result, the result, Your Honor. So it will not solve the problem of a cloud court.
But will that at least enable the appointing power to have an opportunity to appoint nominees to the Supreme Court? If members of the High Court have term limits, that will ensure that succeeding presidents will have an opportunity to appoint. Like, for example, right now, President Duterte had the opportunity to appoint more than 10 members of the High Court. But if there are term limits, it gives an opportunity. It will boost terrorism in the judiciary, isn't it? Everybody will have a chance to reach the High Court.
Well, now actually the more senior well, it seems that the more senior justices of the appellate courts have had a better opportunity to make it to the High Court, and notwithstanding the fact that they are approaching the mandatory age of retirement. So
I
um,
I was trying to
that,
I was trying to link it to my next question. You were a member of the JBC for 8 years. In your experience, in your observation, is it prudent to nominate and to have somebody appointed to the High Court if he has 20 years before he reaches 70, in your opinion, Attorney Cayosa? Is it
My
better to
personal
appoint
opinion,
young people to the High Court?
I would rather actually consider, no, if I were to prioritize, I would actually consider more senior members of the courts, or even practitioners who have shown that you know wisdom and being appointed to the high court at um, and staying there for a long time. Yes, it gets tiring. It's a very exhausting
But the
position,
downside, but the
and
downside is the downside is if you are young, you have inertia in motion, correct?
true.
But
But
you will
then,
get tired if you will stay there
yes,
for the next 20 years.
yes, and I saw that with my dad. You know that it is exhausting to be in the Supreme Court, especially if you're very conscious about your court docket and the number of cases that you have to work on. And I always used to tell my friends this, that even if you work in the court 24/7, the work is never done.
Correct.
So, um, you know, for some who have been able to clear their docket, I mean, kudos to them. But if you are saddled with not just the adjudicatory, but also with the administrative work, that's what makes it even more challenging. So, for the associate justices, um, just enough time, to be able um, to hone the skills so that you would be able to sift through the legal issues and know how to dissect them well. Um, just enough years. But I would think that 20 years would be a long
All right. The last question is, there was a recent case decided by Justice Kagiwa, a petition for the issuance of a writ of kalikasan and continuing mandamos was filed to compel the government to release the road users tax to implement the road sharing principle. What do you understand by the road sharing principle?
under a writ of kalikasan,
Writ
Your
of
Honor.
kalikasan and continuing mandamos. Because
Road
EO,
sharing.
7, EO 774, reorganizing the Presidential Task Force on Climate Change, expressed what is now referred to by the petitioners as the road sharing principle. Do you have an idea what it is?
Road sharing principle. If it's, I can only make an intelligent guess based on the remedy that was sought, no? Which is um, road sharing would, I
I
can't
think you
think
have
of,
it in Cebu.
pardon me, Your Honor, you have
I think
to.
you might have it in Cebu, road sharing, where you have a walking lane, you have a bicycle lane,
Okay,
things like
okay,
that.
now I get it. Yes, Your Honor, there are advocates for the bike lane. Uh, so they're compelling the because the public has a right to a balanced ecology. Um,
Mhm.
I think I would, if I were to decide the case, Your Honor, given just the limited facts,
How
I
would
have
you decide? How
an
would
idea, no, of what the petition would be to implement it so that um, from what I know in Cebu is that they're trying to close certain roads on weekends so that it will only be open to pedestrians and to bikers. So that with the road users, they would want it expanded so that not only will vehicles be able to use the roads, but also pedestrians and bikers. Um, Also to limit
The,
the number of
will
vehicles.
will it be conducive to a balanced and healthful ecology?
It would actually encourage more people to walk and to use bikes if there was a separate lane or like just a facility for the pedestrians to use, your honor. And I believe in maintaining that ecological balance. Um, two reasons, because you will actually be improving the health of the citizens, and also you will try to discourage the use of vehicles and use the alternatives available, such as a bicycle, your honor. So I think that would be, it's a novel case. Some things just really interesting case, just like the Oposa versus Factoran principle, your honor, of intergenerational
Actually, the case is already
responsibility. So I think that's another
been,
novel idea.
the case has already been decided by Justice Kagiwa. Now, the question is, can you compel government to do the road sharing principle? Is it a ministerial duty of government, or it is something discretionary? Because
If
if it
it
is
is,
ministerial, then the petition for a continuing mandamus is proper, correct? But if it is
it's your
discretionary,
honor.
it is not proper. So that was the
Yes.
distinction made by Justice Kagiwa.
No.
Anyway, we don't have much time already, Attorney Cayosa. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you, your honor. Thank you, your honor.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Tiham. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Judge Toribio E. Ilaw Jr.
Yes, yes. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Thank you, Attorney Tali. Yes, hello again. How have you
Hello.
been, Attorney How have you been, Attorney Cayosa? Oh, long
We
time
see
no
your
see,
honor. Yes.
long time no see, long time no hear, long time no time for us. Huh?
Yes.
Anyway, I'm just glad that I heard
Yes,
that
your honor.
you're staying most of your time in the Tugigaraw city.
Yes, your honor.
Good. You're
It's safer
sporting
here, your honor.
long hair, ah. Medyo manang biday. Anyway, and who would forget our 4 years we've been together in the JBC? And I don't know whether it's fair to say that we had interviewed more or less 500, starting that was in 2016, participated about more than 70 executive committee meetings, and participated in the in-bank meetings. And who will forget the 2 year, sorry, whether it's fair to say that I spearheaded the initiative of drafting the memorandum agreement with the IBP. That is to improve the communication and data sharing regarding applicants. And who will forget the invitations coming from you on behalf of the IBP, almost all conventions. It was really very fruitful, culminating to the agreement with the IBP. That is for improvement, and in the fact that there's been an improvement in the communication and data sharing regarding applicants. And the 2-year, also 2 observation studies in the United States, where we submitted 2 reports thereon. As a result thereof, we had implemented changes herein, such as the memorandum of agreement with the IBP, taking advantage of our opportunity of your husband, then what's executive vice president,
Yes, Your Honor.
and also who will forget in you participated likewise in the revision of the JBC rules that is beginning to 2016. To cater to the current needs of the stakeholders, that improves, allegedly improves the JBC process without betraying the JBC mandates. Right. Good. And other accomplishments you had with the JBC, and how you dance, how you sing. Right. I've seen also the your PDS. You stayed happy that you're now the council of DSWD
Yes, Your
FO
Honor.
office for until now.
That's the field office too, Your Honor. That's the regional office of DSWD.
What's this? The status of your appointment designation?
It's actually contractual. It's not an appointment. It's a contractual engagement. As I was a counsel for 11 years prior to my joining the JBC, so I returned.
Returned. And, all right. Could you tell us about your firm? What's this? Kayosa law firm?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it's a joint practice with my husband. We were formerly a professional law partnership, but now he's the only one in litigation. I just assist, in as a consultant in the law office. So it's we don't do a lot of litigation, but we have retainers who consult us on day-to-day legal problems. And Attorney Egon still handles a few cases on the side, but he would rather, and we actually would rather like to concentrate on doing more work on alternative dispute resolution, arbitration, and mediation now.
Do you have other lawyers?
No, Your Honor. We used to, but since we have lessened our engagements on litigation, it's pretty much uh, manageable. Truth to tell, he doesn't like to handle too many cases anymore. He doesn't like going to court as much, which is good because given the current situation. So, but he does have to attend hearings. So it's a small firm. It's a small provincial firm.
And what kind of cases do you and your husband usually handle?
Well, mostly civil cases, and we do have a lot of. It's interesting now with COVID, so you have to brush up on labor cases since the clients consult us with respect to how to deal with employees who've had to work from home, how to formulate policies. We have a client who's in a hospital. So what are the policies that are acceptable under IATF standards, which the hospitals are bound to comply with? So these are the types. It's mostly civil matters, Your Honor. And a
Do you earn,
few tax, yeah, and a few tax matters, Your Honor.
do you earn much or almost pro bono?
No, we do have a few pro bono cases, Your Honor, but yes, well, it's actually it's okay. The retainers are actually helpful. We've had them for the past 20 years, more than 20 years. So there is a good trust between client and lawyer.
So I'll just say, how is the work culture?
Oh, here, Your
How's the
Honor.
work?
Oh, yeah. Actually, it's interesting to note that among the practitioners, they're very young. Um, many of them were our former students, so it's actually quite interesting to watch them, no, how they have grown since their student years. What is the culture? It's friendly. It's it's there's more community spirit because it's um, I used to know most of the members of the chapter, but now that there are so many young lawyers, um, I only know perhaps 5%, of the members of the chapter. But nonetheless, it is a good community spirit here, the practice.
All right, when our staff learned for the first time that you were applying in this position, there was a resounding effect of asking whether I will interview you. There was a resounding one, no, 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 no. Anyway, that just as like in the showbiz, the show must go on. It's likewise mandates us to. Anyway, an interview is just like a structured conversation. And from your record, you've been also a lawyer during the time in the court of the Supreme Court during the time of your father. That is also when your father was also a senator.
Okay. Actually, Your Honor, when I was with my father in the Supreme Court, most of the work that I did was administrative because at that time I was not yet a member of a bar. I wasn't even a law student yet. However, when I was in the Senate, with him, I was already a member of the board. So most of the work that I did was really to manage the cases and also the administrative matters which relate to running the administrative, financial, the FMBO, well, the management of the court in general.
So my question will be question be in relation to the Senate Electoral Tribunal. When does the jurisdiction of the Senate Tribunal commence? Have any idea?
Yes, Your Honor. It commences once uh, there is already a declared winner of the election. If that's, in other words, a candidate has already been proclaimed, and there is a question as to the votes garnered. So, in other words, pre-proclamation, I think it's still with the COMELEC, and then post-proclamation, more so when they have already assumed office, that's when the Senate Electoral Tribunal has jurisdiction.
But let's I'll be zeroing on labor cases. You mentioned that most of your private practice deals with handling labor cases in LRC.
Yes, Your Honor.
So Article 262-A of the Labor Code provides that the decision or award of the voluntary arbitrator shall be final and executory after 10 calendar days from receipt of a copy of the award or decision by the parties. Thus, appeal should be made before the finality of the decision. However, under Rule 43 of the revised Rules of Court, the decisions of the voluntary arbitrator shall be through an appeal before the Court of Appeals, which should be taken within 15 days from notice of judgment.
Mhm.
So, how was this reconciled in the case of Guagua National Colleges versus Court of Appeals? It was decided on August 28, 2018, penned by Chief Justice Lucas Versamin. Have you come across of this case?
Let me make an intelligent guess, Your Honor. Okay,
Even
given
not
that
an intelligent one, no? Even not.
no,
Okay.
given that it is a labor case, no, and so it should as much as possible the decisions of a voluntary arbitrator should be final and executory. However, um, if this is appealable under Rule 45, Your Honor, as you mentioned,
40, no,
through the Court
43.
of Appeal. Oh, 43. That's by an ordinary appeal to the Court of Appeals.
Yes.
Yes. So I think then it should follow the ordinary appeal, Your Honor,
Within
since
how many days?
within 10 days. Within 10
No,
days.
15 days. So the question is how will it reconcile with the 10-day period?
It can be argued that since it is a labor case, Your Honor, and if while there it provides for an ordinary appeal of the decision of the arbitration, but then I think they would be given 15 days to file the appeal.
So now you're vying for the position of Associate Justice of only Court of Appeals.
Yes, Your Honor.
And before, you were
45.
for Court of Tax Appeals. You should have been well-rounded in all cases. Now, may an executive agreement amend a treaty or a law?
An executive agreement amend the treaty? No, because a treaty or a law will have to go through Congress, Your Honor. It will have to be amended through a congressional act. It is not within the authority of the executive branch.
Like, good answer, Mitoy. Natatanda mo pa, bata ka pa kasi. So what is statelessness? You fond of traveling? What is
Yes, Your Honor.
statelessness?
If
It's 6 o'clock.
an individual who has lost his citizenship, either voluntarily or involuntarily, and has not acquired citizenship in any other jurisdiction, then he is considered stateless.
All right, my staff might be giving a sign that enough jutay na ra, jutay na. Admittedly, we are tired. You're also tired. Sleepless nights preparing for this interview. All right, last two questions only. What is your personal code of ethics? Personal code of ethics.
My personal code of ethics. Okay. I think ethics would include your attitude towards work. And I've always believed that you do what you can where you are rooted. So that has been principle that I follow. No? Na when I was um, counsel for DSWD, I immersed myself in what work needed to be done and help the social workers and help the department. When I became a member of the JBC, I think they would know that we would often go beyond what was expected of us because we know that we wanted to leave the JBC better than what it was when we first came in. So I think it's my ethic would be really, to do the best that you can where you are, um, with what the capacities and the resources that are available to you, Your Honor. And if I may just add that it has actually been a pleasure and a very productive um, opportunity to work with you, beside you, for all those years. Whether traveling or not traveling, but I think we had a lot of travels, and I think we shared that interest, to get things done the best way that we could. You know? And that is born by how productive those years that we were in the JBC were.
Yes, remembering that we had implemented stricter application guidelines to weed out as early as the application stage. Those who are unable to read and understand the instructions carefully. And I also heard about how we institutionalize the online interview and psychological exam problems or programs rather. Being you a graduate likewise of BS psychology,
Yes, Your Honor.
and so what is something that you can keep after giving it to someone else?
You give someone and shares with someone your memories,
Your
your fond
memories.
memories.
Why this?
You know,
Why this say?
I would rather keep good memories, leave good memories with someone. I was finding the time to share. Um, you know, there might not be always good times, but I would rather leave someone with good memories, um, and take along with me good memories as well.
Are you not contemplating returning to JBC?
I think, Your Honor, actually when he appeared before Congress, I remember um, responding to then Representative Yap, now Governor, that 4 years is enough time to do what you set to do in an office like the JBC. So I think I have done my part those 8 years. And I think it's time to move on to other endeavors where I feel I would still be able to contribute, and make a mark, make a difference.
All right, last question, final question, Tony Mitoy. What do you want to be remembered for?
That's it. I want to be remembered for by setting a goal to improve things. And I believe we did improve things. And I hope that those improvements that we make would be lasting and have an impact.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. It's already late, and Justice
Thank you.
Mendoza is waiting for his turn. And good luck again, and regards to the family, more especially to Egon. Okay, see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Merry Christmas. All right.
Merry Christmas.
Yes. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Ilaw. Next to interview the candidate is Honorable Justice Jose Catral Mendoza.
Tali, nasa sakar ka?
Nasa lobby po.
Nasa lobby. Oh, good
Good evening,
afternoon. Oh,
Justice.
good evening na.
Good evening na po.
Oh, good evening. Oo. Kaya kapoy na ako, so I will no longer ask questions. I will just adapt the questions of my colleagues. Baka kapoy na yung applicant.
Thank you, Justice.
Because that will be all. I know you personally, and I know your records, and I heard your answers to their questions. So that will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Justice.
Attorney. Thank you, Attorney Cayosa, and good luck. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Justice Mendoza.
Still flooded in Tuguegarao.
Actually, it's now raining. Hopefully, it will stop and it will not rain as hard. Every time it rains, it's actually a threat because some parts are still medyo muddy.
Also, take care of yourself because we heard that COVID the cases are on the rise in Tuguegarao. Is it true?
Slightly, Your Honor, and yes, we do take precautions, and fortunately, it does not rise as it has in Metro Manila, so medyo manageable. But just the same, we limit our activities to essentials.
Oh.
So we do keep
regards na lang kay Egon, kay President Egon. Oo. That will be all.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oo.
Ma'am, Merry Christmas!
Ayan na. Andiyan na yung
Christmas.
mga ano.
See you.
Nasa ka sa
Miss you,
bahay na, nasa
ma'am.
car. Nasa bahay ka na, nasa car.
I'm still out po.
You stay out para ka nakamotorsiklo.
Nasa labas po. Ma'am,
sa
good
labas.
luck!
Thank you so much.
Miss you po.
Oh, well, the feeling is mutual. Thank you.
Sige po, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Pag medyo maganda ng panahon.
Yeah, pag wala ng COVID.
Oo. Yeah, well, gusto nga, kahit gusto namin mamasyal, medyo bawal din naman po.
I just talked to Justice Lawigan yesterday. He's lonely, very lonely.
Oo nga. Kasi sabi ko, sa loneliness niya, marunong na siya mag-Bisaya.
Kahit mamitong siya?
Alam niya is kaon. Kaon lang siya ng kaon.
Baka tabog na kaayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya lahat naka-mask, lahat naka-shields, hindi ko na ma-distinguish. Pero there's a name naman Tali, nakalagay, Tali. Oo.
Well,
Tali, running away.
This is the world now.
Oh. I do not know the schedule, pero I think, the sequence after this second deliberation. Meron pa ba tayong, meron pa dalawa? Yes.
Yes,